truth, this is the place for you. Don't need to complicate it, it's best to keep it basic. Open the book, the word is self-approved. He's Alpha and Omega, the answer since the early ages. What you should do is learn about the greatest. Just so you know, our door is always open. Let's study together instead of debating. Share our differences, let love heal all that's broken.
And shalom aleichem to each and every one of you wonderful, dynamic people. Shabbat shalom is the phrase, is the term. We're so glad to have you. Hey there, each of you joining us from the broadcast and those of you online. We're just here today to talk about the King, his word, our life in his kingdom. So again, as our normal moniker or our mantra would be, our housekeeping would be, this program is not for everyone, yet everyone is invited. You are welcomed here. What we do in this space is, in fact, designed for those who keep Sabbath, learning Shabbat, understanding Shabbat, and those who desire to know Shabbat even better and the greater. So, again, if you like what you're hearing and you're on YouTube or you're on Facebook, if you happen to fellowship on Clubhouse, you can go there, like the house called Darash Kingdom Ministries. If you'll look up in the corner here, you'll see the DKM sign. That's a logo, a present logo before the rebranding starts. You can take that, find that DKM on Clubhouse, like the house, ask for an invitation to the house, and become a part of the house, because this is the way we live in our house. Though family members can bring people into our house, it requires a family member to bring somebody in, because, you know, some people just run through because the door is open and act like they live there and decide to start changing furniture and changing the paint, taking the food out your fridge and, you know, leaving it open, letting the other food spoil. Don't care if anybody else gets it. I'm just having fun, guys. So for those who've joined us again, please, if you're on Facebook, YouTube, would y'all please hit the heart sign, hit the like sign, let us know that you're there. There's reasons for that. We don't like, you know, trying to advertise or push anything on Shabbat, but on our Sabbath, this is when we just rest in him. So the people who are on these particular broadcasts are people who live this life. We're not trying to market this life, though propagation can often be confused with marketing. We're not marketing this life. We do propagate it, and we don't propagate it by marketing. We propagate it by living it, and those who see it may be curious and may ask questions regarding it, and we would be ready and able to yield an answer. Dana Jenkins, I love you, miss you so much. You have to get back on the books so we can chat. And I know you're busy, crazy busy out there, and you and your beautiful children. And so it'll be a joy to chat with you and get connected, reconnected. Not that we're disconnected, just letting you know you've been in the heart and mind. So I want to let you know that. All right. Dana Jenkins. All right. And so I just want to say that because we get a lot of flack about what we teach and what we share. We're not ashamed of the gospel, the actual good news of Yeshua HaMashiach. And the good news of Yeshua HaMashiach is pretty clear and pretty simple. It is that he came to teach us how to live the Torah that he had given to Moshe. So let me say it in English. Jesus Christ, better known as Yeshua HaMashiach, also known as Jesus the Christ to most, came in this world to live the life and the life of instructions that Yahweh gave to Moshe, also known in Christendom as Moses. And though Yahweh gave Moshe his instructions for how humanity should live if reconciling to the Father and desiring to be a part of a kingdom life Elohim created from the very beginning of the earth or beginning of humanity's history, then you live these words and you shall live unto his life. Moshe gave those words, put them on tablets for the people to read them and make acclamations toward them. Moshe did not make them up and then write them out. Moshe was given them by Elohim himself. Proof of that is the burning bush that would not be consumed by the fire, but would emulate the fire and not be burned like any other thing having fire consume it, would turn to ash. The bush never turned to ash. Clearly the presence of the divine. I'm just putting it out there. So Moshe was given the Torah and the instructions and the history of humanity up until the point of Moshe's life. A little side note to those of you listening in and living this life, you know, Moshe, having heard the history of humanity from Adam to himself, he even said, well, Father, if I found favor in your sight to show me the history of humanity on the earth, can I see your face? Can I get out ahead of this history and go into some of the future things? And one of the things I like that Yahweh did to spare Moshe's life because of his natural human inquisitive nature, Yahweh tells Moshe, no, if I show you the future, I'm going to show you, you can't see because you're going to be living. If I show you the future, then you're going to die. Moshe is consistently living. He left this earth without dying in it. Just like Elijah left this earth without dying in it. Another great man, Enoch, left this earth without dying in it. And the issue is that every human being has to die in the earth. And then Elohim, with all that he has prepared in what we call eschatology in the theological studies and seminary presentations of God, in that there are things that he does in the great day. Now, Moshe and Elijah will return to this earth that they did not die in, to die in it, and then be again resurrected. Now, a lot of people don't understand that because we don't take the time to explain that. But the point I was making in this sidebar was that Moshe was a significant person, and Elohim chose him to impart in him and then have him lay out what he imparted. Moshe, becoming inquisitive, says, if I found favor in your sight to show me this, can I see your face? And he's like, if I show you my face, I got to kill you. Because if you see my face, you're going to see your future. And it's not time for you to die yet. So rather than show you my face, I'll do you a solid. I'll pass by you so you can really feel my presence. I'm going to put you back in the mountain that I pulled humanity from, the mounds of dirt. I'm going to shove you back into the Adoma, the dirt that I put my hand into to make your spleen and to make your kidneys and to make your liver and to make your colon and to make your brain matter. I'm going to put you back in it when I pass by. And then once I pass by, I'll remove my hand. So not only will you have felt me, but you can see my glory. And so Moshe took that option. And when Yahweh passed by, he took his hand off, and Moshe was able to see everything that is his story. And his story for Moshe is the human existence story, which is why your Torah, the first 5 books of your Bible, whether the Apocrypha or the 66 books of the King James Version, always start with in the beginning. So Moshe is saying in the beginning in verse 1 of the book of Bereshit, in the book of the Torah, he says in the beginning, verse 1, and then he says in verse 2, and the earth was without form and void. So in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. Skip to verse 2. There's a big gap in that conversation. There's a big gap of a chronological leap of years. And I mean light years, millions of years. We have an innumerable amount of suggestions for how much that gap represented in time. We don't know. So between verse 1 of Bereshit 1 and verse 2 of Bereshit 1:2, there is a gap of time we can never know. But Elohim only wanted Moshe to understand and write about. He showed him everything, but he only wanted him to write about human history. The other stuff really doesn't relate to you and I. It's not for you and I. It's Elohim, and what's revealed to us by Elohim, we should concern ourselves with. But the secret things that we don't know about, well, they belong to Elohim. If he wants to, in the good old by and by, he'll let us know what he showed Moshe when we get to see him. So Moshe got something that no other human got, save for Yeshua HaMashiach, and one greater than Moshe came. That's Yeshua HaMashiach, aka Jesus the Christ, right? And so I love talking about the story of Moshe, but only in Sabbath does it make sense to the believers of the Bible trying to live this faith. And only in Shabbat does it become intriguing enough with the content put in proper context to help the believers see we've been looking at things differently than Elohim ever intended them. So I just want to give that before we move forward. So those of us here live the life of Sabbath keeping because we're keeping the Sabbath, which is a command given to Moshe, who was told to write out what Elohim wanted humanity to know. And so these instructions are compacted in the first 5 books, Bereshit, Shemot, Vayikra, Bamidbar, and Devarim. Again, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. And so that's the word of God. Then it got put in a book that testified to the people the word of God was given to, how they obeyed the word of God, which is the instructions of God for humanity. And the thing about the Torah is that there's history of humanity, the first human made. Remember, verse 1 says, in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. Then verse 2 skips to about the heavens and the earth, the galaxies and stratospheres and all that stuff. The earth, the third rock from the sun. Here's what I did with that. It was void and without form. I had it pickled sitting in the universe where you picked the story up from. Yeah, there was an ice age. I killed the dinosaurs that were on the previous earth, and then I let it melt off, and now you have the earth void and filled with water, pickled in water all around it. And then I decided to do something different with it, because I can do a new thing when I want to do anything. And that's who Elohim is, the creator of heaven, earth, and all that therein dwells. So he says, Moshe, where I want you to tell every human is their history, where they begin. And by the way, this is my story of the creation of this earth, the world that holds the earth, and everything else in it. So the earth, humans, you had dominion given to you in an edict at this point. Thus enters Genesis, Bereshit, chapter 1, verse 2. Chapter 1, verse 1, we have not been given access to anything back then, right? So he tells Moshe, he shows Moshe everything. He says, if I found favor in your sight, please, show me you. He's like, I can't show you, show me you. I can't show you me, Elohim says. In essence, I can't show you, Moshe, me, because the part about you is still in me, and you're not prepared to die yet. So if I show you me, in me, you'll see your death, and that means you're done. I still got work for you to do. And y'all don't realize, do y'all know that Moshe has to come back after the rapture and then die in the tribulation, the great tribulation period, for him to be done in the earth? He is not done. Did y'all know that? I find that like amazing stuff.
No, didn't know that. No, I didn't know that.
Did y'all know that? Moshe, people say, well, Satan was fighting with Michael over the bones of Moshe. So the Bible says Moshe died in the earth. The Bible speaks after translations. The Bible is a translation of the Torah. Well, it says he died. When Moshe died, son of Nun, took over. Joshua, son of Nun, took over. Yeah, it does say that, but dying and understanding the intention of death and dying, two different things. He is dead to them. Yahweh says, considered Moshe dead. Moshe gave Joshua his staff, gave him the rod, and then gave him the rule over Israel as he went up into the mountain. Moshe was what, 120 years old? And bro was rock climbing. I want to be like that. The Bible said, listen, y'all around here at 50 and 60 years old with cataracts and can't see, gotta have somebody to stop talking so you can see, or have to close your eyes so you can hear. Moshe, the Bible says, Moshe, his natural strength at 120 years old had not abated him.
Hallelujah.
His eyesight had not gone dim.
That's the word.
His last recorded action was giving Joshua the staff and then climbing a mountain, because Yahweh says, come up hither. I'm going to show you the land of Canaan that you could have gone over into, but because of, you deciding to add to my commandment, my charge to you, you won't get into it, but you did your job. You just come on with me. I'm going to get you out of here for you mess up anymore. And Moshe is last seen climbing a mountain. No glasses, no hearing aid, and he gave away his cane. Do y'all pay attention to those details? That's the life I want. When I leave here, I do not have to be strapped to an IV in hospice, sitting in a bed in traction, in a removable, memorable bed with memory phone, and worrying about somebody changing my diaper pan and leaving me with bed sores, because you don't have to leave life that way, y'all. Sabbath helps you attain that type of health.
Hallelujah.
I think it's amazing stuff. Anybody living for the life of Sabbath keeping, you should be screaming hallelujah. You do not have to be broke down when you leave this earth. You can mountain climb out of here.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
You can mountain climb out of life. You do not have to be broke down. You can go and leave this world peaceably in your bed after you made yourself a nightcap and had a nice little salad for dinner and closed the refrigerator, cut the lights off, told the mailman to forward your mail and go to sleep, and Yahweh never let you wake back up, and be healthy about it, sitting there with your clothes ready for tomorrow's day of work and ready to go out to the gym and go fishing, go walking and enjoy life. And you do not have to be sitting in a hospital with beep, 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 all around you. Yahweh never designed that for how a human left the earth.
Amen.
Amen.
Did that just go too deep?
No.
So Moshe shows us that when you keep the Torah, you have life. Listen, and that more. Can y'all finish it? Abundantly. Listen, Moshe lived 3 40-year periods. Let me say it again. Moshe lived 3 40-year periods. I think he had enough life. He lived life. He lived as a prince of Egypt. He lived as a prince of Midian. And he lived as the king of Israel.
Wow. Amen.
Y'all don't think Moshe lived enough life? He counseled as prince of Egypt. He counseled as prince of Midian. He counseled as king, judge of Israel in the theocracy of Elohim. You don't think he lived enough to hear enough drama and deal with enough people? Why y'all think he got mad and struck the rock? I'm tired of y'all. I ain't going back and forth with you people. I ain't going back and forth with you ninjas. I'm going to live my best life. And Moshe was like, you rebels. Yahweh has provided for us day one of this 40-year stint. Y'all got to remember, Moshe didn't just come out of Egypt and into the wilderness, get the Torah, and then strike the rock. No, that's a 40-year span of him dealing with knuckleheads who refuse to obey the words that set them free, or refuse to consistently honor the Elohim, and then tell Elohim, because they didn't get what they wanted when they wanted it, that Yahweh has sent them out here to die, and blames Moshe and his brother Aaron until Aaron dies, and lets them know that, hey, you know, where's this God at? You know, like entitled, spoiled children. He's like, you are a bunch of rebels. He has shown himself over 40 years in ways that nobody can deny. The way he brought you out of Egypt, you should be sitting down with your face to the ground saying thank you. But instead, your belly, which apparently is your God, is telling you you need food. Don't you know he knows what you got need of before you even have a need for it? And it might be that the reason he ain't sent you food is because you're too fat and he wants you to walk a few more miles before you get to the next restaurant. I put that in there. That was VWJ translation. I repent. Father, repent for saying that. Okay. So, but it was funny as all get out. And in context. It was. So, as we get into today's, just thinking and studying his word, Moshe was given I want to make sure that you and I who live this life don't fall victim and succumb to antagonists of this life who, because you want to share everything with everybody, don't understand it, and then browbeat you down. And some of y'all strong enough to say, I don't care what they say, I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna show the light of God. And again, I want y'all to remember your job as a Sabbath keeper is to you. Let me say it again. Your job as a Sabbath keeper is for you. Your job as a kingdom citizen is for you to be a citizen in the kingdom. Your job as a Sabbath keeper is for you to keep the Shabbat.
Amen.
Your job is not to go out and drag people into Shabbat. Your job is not to go out and drag people into the kingdom. Your job as a believer in Elohim is to believe in Elohim.
Hallelujah.
Your job to be a Sabbath keeper is to actually keep the Sabbath. You giving the Sabbath away, thinking you bringing everybody to Elohim, is you mishandling the Shabbat. The Shabbat is for you. If they see how you rocking and benefiting from Sabbath keeping, they will inquire. Then you introduce them to Elohim, and he gives them Sabbath. He don't give them your Sabbath.
Amen.
Y'all not gonna leave me here. I'm not gonna teach today. We're gonna read. If y'all not gonna talk to me, we ain't gonna have some conversations. Like y'all just know that y'all just learned something right there.
Yeah, baby. Okay.
Just learn something, Apostle.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna sit here with y'all being all quiet, and I'm going to these places and y'all sending me all these reels and y'all on these platforms screaming and hollering. Yeah, that's right. Got something to say every place you go. Ain't got nothing to say when you come here. I get a little offended by that, but we're gonna keep it moving. But here's the catch. I want y'all to understand this. Your job as a kingdom citizen in Elohim, your job as a Sabbath keeper can translate into your job as a Christian. And it's not for you to go and drag people into the building. You know, that's technically kidnapping when you take somebody and you bring them and chain them up in your house or in your church or in your basement or in your car. You know, there's a law called kidnapping in most countries. And that was funny too. I don't know. I just it's just, you know, you can't kidnap people, or, you know, there's also another, you know, law called scamming people. You can't scam people by pressure and Ponzi schemes into the kingdom.
Yes, sir.
That part.
That's what they did.
That's what's being done right now. You can't Ponzi scheme people into the kingdom talking about, if you don't serve God, God ain't gonna do this, and you want God, and come and do this. And you can't buy blessings. You can't promote the purchasing of blessings like you purchasing a girdle or you're purchasing some shoes when you come to this institution.
Amen. I got enough charges.
So what you have to understand and what you have to realize is that your job as a kingdom citizen is to be busy about your citizenship. To be a citizen in a kingdom, you are complying with the kingdom construct and the kingdom etiquette and the kingdom edict. And that's what keeps you safe, provided for, and protected. It never said to go outside of the kingdom and drag people in. However, if you are busy about the kingdom you live in, which is in a neighborhood of other kingdoms, it is a community and a collage of other kingdoms all around you, because Elohim is still Lord in the kingdoms of men. So that means that the kingdom of Elohim is sitting smack dab in the middle of kingdoms of men, men-made kingdoms, faith systems. Y'all get that? So when you and I are mindful of being citizens in this kingdom, when they leave their kingdoms, some collapsing, some temporal prospering, some trying to build, some trying to come from under, some trying to recover from a storm, some trying to recover from a war, some causing war, some being greedy, some being narcissists, some being chauvinistic. Those kingdoms, if you and I are mindful about his kingdom within our kingdom construct, when they see us passing by, they're passing by our kingdom. They're going to marketplaces and other kingdoms. They have the right to come in and barter with us in this kingdom. But when they come into this kingdom, they see how the kingdom led by the word of Elohim looks, prospers, solid, stable, smells clean, is clean, compartmentalized, has everything that you need, proper health care, proper social status, proper welfare, everybody prospers. Then they go back to their kingdom and it's a big letdown. And they're like, I want to go over there with that kingdom. You didn't tell them you should live here. You're like, hey, you're welcome. Good to see you. Hope you come back now. You here? Y'all come back now. You here? Instead, like we do in Christendom, we pick a third world country that we think should have what we have. You don't know how they got in that condition, but you think in your eliteness that you should go over there and tell them how to live, and you're going to give them money so that they can do what you do. It is a colonizer's template. Yahweh is not a colonizer. Yahweh is the creator of all life. And he says, when you come unto me, the colonizer goes to the place it wants to conquer. Elohim wants his subjects to come to him, not be drugged to him, not be chained up and told, this is better for you, just follow me, and throw them over the head, grab them by the hair and throw them over your shoulder and drag them into the kingdom. Say, look what we found. This is some fish. Scale it. Gut it. So when you understand that our job is to live the kingdom, not go out of the kingdom and make slaves of people and then drag them back as indentured servants.
That's the truth.
I'm going to say it again, because it hits a little hard. I can only do this kind of thing on Sabbath for people who understand the truth. You have to realize that some of the templates that typify or attempt to typify or attempt to make a image of our faith literally go out and demand people come in, or browbeat people to come in, or argue with people to come in, or sugar daddy, sugar mama people to come in. Y'all not gonna like me for about 12 minutes. And overly convince them, sell them something they can't cash, something they can't provide, and sell them all these, we call them pipe dreams, to come into a building that is talking about their view of the God that created everything. And then they say, you got to do this, that, and the other. And if you don't do it the way we say it, then you're not doing it right. Those are chains. Those are fetters. Those are shackles. And now that we got you inside, come on in. If they didn't drag you in and they were able to coerce you to come in or coax you to come in, then once the door shuts, they chain you to the pew, lading you with work. Give you assessments.
It's true.
Dress you as an usher. Hype you into being a deacon.
Passing the steps.
And that's not our job. And it sounds good because you have a quantity of people, but you can coerce people. You can colonize people. But do you know in every colonizing event we've ever had, there's always a group that got colonized but refuses to be converted to the colonizer, and they will stir up a coup. They will look patiently for the moment to cut the seams and break the fetters and the shackles that the colonizer has them subliminally or physically entrapped by.
Amen.
That is true.
And so when you bring somebody by force or by coaxing into this place and then make them covet what you have, that's not the kingdom. That's colonizing. And that will always be a problem, which is why you have so many church splits. You told me that this was going to happen, and I came here, and y'all hypocrites, and well, we see it this way, and we see it that way, and okay, cool, but we're going to go over here, and we're going to do our thing, all right, and now that, so you don't want to be a part of anything that does that and expect that to be Elohim's way of life for the human. Elohim simply wants us to live his kingdom. I love talking about Adam because nobody likes to realize that Adam is the scaled down version, no matter how you scale it and scope it, from Adam about how all humans should live. Adam was given one job, till the ground. Adam was given one job, till the ground. Adam agreed to it. Then Yahweh gave him a helper to do what? Till the ground. Help him till the ground. He helped her till the ground. They had one job as citizens in the Garden of Eden, was to till the ground.
Amen.
And when they multiplied people through their bodies, to have them till the same ground.
Amen.
So your job as a kingdom citizen, your job, my job as a Sabbath keeper is to keep Sabbath, to work the kingdom edict, to work the kingdom construct, to work what his word says. And if I do that, the kingdom expansion will come because some other neighboring neighborhood will see the quality of life, the security of life, the resources of life, the hospitals in our region, the doctors, the dentists in our regions, the parks, the streetscape, the landscape, the houses, the buildings, the government, the judgment system, the penal system, the religious system. They will see it is harmonious, and we like, you know what? I want to go live. I want to go live. I want to go live there, where they do that at. And then they mosey on over, seeking out that place they had that experience in. And then when they get there, they have the right to stay or leave because they're always welcome. But when they come in from where they are, when they come into this new place where they've been seeking out and coming from an old place, they don't have the right to bring that old kingdom mindset, mentality, tactic, issues, whatever, into this new kingdom. This kingdom works this way because of these things. In here, that stuff stays out. You can come if you're willing to let go of where you came from. Thus, the story of Ruth. Your God, Naomi, is now my God. I'm leaving my people. I'm leaving all of our elements I was nurtured in under this ethnicity. I leave all of the faith elements that I came in under this ethnicity. I'm coming to where you are. She did not colonize Ruth. Ruth desired to come because her husband before he died, her dad's husband before her husband's dad before he died, Orpha's husband before he died, and Naomi, who was still alive, always talked about Jerusalem, always talked about Udea, always talked about the God of Yahweh while they lived in Moab. And Orpha was not willing to let go of her Moab heritage and ethnicity. But Ruth was like, it ain't working so well for me. I love the way you guys talk about Yahweh and Udea. I want to go where you guys are going. So, mom, your husband, your son is dead. He is my husband. He's dead. I know you can't give me no more husbands out of your womb, but I want the God of your salvation. I want what gives you having lost. Do you know that Naomi lost her sons and her husband in a strange land, and she never got down? Naomi is showing Ruth and Orpha how, in fact, to rise above every circumstance that comes at you. But how does she gain strength? Because of her relationship with Yahweh Uzai, which she bragged about and she relied on. Even when things got to a point it didn't make sense, she demonstrated through her relationship with Yahweh and her husband before he died, and Ruth's husband before he died. They would always demonstrate the provisions of Yahweh, even when it didn't make sense. They demonstrate the peace in Yahweh that passed all understanding. Orpha saw it, but Ruth studied it. Orpha was not willing to leave Moab. Though she loved Naomi, she wasn't ready to make that conversion. It wasn't a conviction. Her relationship with Naomi's son, Orpha's husband, was convenient. And I can't say that Ruth wasn't convenient either, but as she lived with Naomi, lived with Elimelech, lived with her husband, she was convicted. And now her husband's died. Her mom's is saying, I'm going to go back to my land. You're going back to your land? The land where you talk about Yahweh and Elohim and all that he's done for you. And we do hear from the merchants how prosperous it is over there and how things are growing so well over there. Are you going back? You know what? I'm coming. She says, son, baby girl, I can't give you no more babies are coming out this womb, sweetheart. Ain't no more men out here for me, baby girl. I'm done. Y'all go back to y'all families and y'all live your life. Orpha was like, okay, mommy, love you. If you ever come by, stop by. I'll cook for you. Okay, I'm going to go find me a new man. Orpha was like, I'm out. Ruth was like, I want the God of your salvation. I want that life for me. See, she's in another kingdom, but because Naomi, no matter where she went, she still lived the kingdom edict, even in another kingdom. And that made Ruth look at Naomi under her circumstances and see how Naomi never got down. She never browbeat them about her kingdom. She only shared with them about the stories of how they keep the Torah. She lived with her husband who prospered because they kept the Torah. Even though they were in Moab, they would still do what was right. I believe they still went back, in fact, to the land during those times of the feasts. And they knew by watching them how to live this kingdom life. Orpha thought it was cool, convenient. Yay, we blessed, we got it, we rocking. We in Moab. My family see me. I'm with another person from another nation. Everything is Gucci over here. Wish y'all had it. My milkshake better than yours. At the end of the day, though she's looking at that from a convenience perspective, Ruth is looking at this from a comparison. And she's like, our world don't operate like their world. So when the moment came that a decision had to be made, Ruth made a choice. She says, Mom, I don't want to go back to where I came from. Every time I go to Udea with you guys, and the way my husband would talk about Udea when he was alive, the way you talk about Udea when you were alive, the way the father-in-law talked about Yahweh or Elohim, your Elohim. I'm working in the religious sector over here. And we can't give that level of faith and assurance to our people. We just got ceremonies and religious duties. And the priests, well, they be wilding out. Y'all do it different over there. And Ruth is like, I'm not, if you're going home, I'm going with you. I want to live that way. Does Noemi colonize her? Does Noemi just drag and tell Naomi, or does Naomi tell Orpha, or does Naomi tell Ruth, hey, y'all married my sons, y'all owe me, y'all got to make sure I get through my old age? She don't force them to come back to Udea. She tells them, y'all go back to y'all life. But the life they lived under Udayan and under Torah with their husbands and Naomi and Naomi's husband, somebody got converted. And they said, willingly, I'm going to let all my gods go, and I'm serving your God. I'm leaving all of my kinfolk go, and you are now my kinfolk. She left Moab to come to Udea. She sought that life.
Man.
Have y'all ever looked at that story that way?
No, I haven't. It's my first time hearing it.
Not as that.
Does it hit different?
Yes, it does.
It certainly does.
Yep.
And it brings you to a place of, wow. So what are we doing today? Now, Israel grew. Watch this. Listen. Was Ruth forced to convert?
No, sir.
No.
Yeah.
Was Ruth promised anything if she served Naomi?
No, she was not. No, she wasn't.
No, she wasn't.
Was Ruth told to tithe?
No.
Nope.
Was she forced to keep the feasts?
No.
No, she wasn't.
Sir.
So when she made the decision, having a welcomed invitation to view the life of Udea, Torah, the tabernacle, well, temple at that point, she was like, yo, this is different. When she came into Udea, she didn't come in under some false guise. she just came in and says it appears to be better, more tranquil, more harmonious, cleaner. And you know what, Ruth, Mama, you hungry? All right, I'll go get us some food. I'll figure it out. You rest. I'm just glad to be here. Something about this land is just good for me. And she just went about working. She found a field, picked some vegetation, came back and brought what little she had to Naomi, and they began to eat from that. She would go out again and got noticed doing that by someone in Udea, and they were like, "Hey, how you? I'm just, the field. Y'all picked it 3 times already. I'm sorry if no problem. No, it's okay. Where are you from? You're a stranger in these parts. Yes, I am. And all right. So who do you know anybody here? I was married to someone from this land. My mother-in-law, who lost her husband to, is Naomi. Naomi, Elimelech's. That's my auntie. Yeah, I was married to one of her sons, and he passed away in Moab. We're here now. All right, listen. Anything you can get from these fields, once my pickers are done, you're more than welcome to take it. And then he watches her, how she is so studious, having now gleaned from a field that's been harvested once, gleaned twice. And she still came out with enough for her and her moms. And what he would do is watch her and see if it was just a one-time thing because she's new to the land and she's in survival mode. He started to realize, no, this is her ethic. And she's excited about that baser life to where she may want different, but she's content. As long as she's taking care of my auntie, who I'm gonna go see. But this is amazing. Her ethic. Because in her mind, this land is favored. If I give the same kind of effort I gave when I was in Moab here, it's going to prosper me. And I'm not worried about what level and what stage of life I'm with. As long as I'm with Naomi, who I feel so comfortable and so beloved with, and I love her return, we going to make this together. So she's now picking in the field, her ethic. She ain't bothering nobody. She ain't stealing from nobody. She's not going up to the wagons and snatching stuff out and saying, oh, I picked it in the field. No. She waited till the dust was out there and all the people had left. And then she started to deal with this. She started to work with what was left in the ground. He knew it so much so he said, let me see if she changes, if somebody blesses her or a blessing comes her way. Let me see if she a gold digger. I ain't calling her a gold digger, but me, Boaz, I'm not no. Anyway, so he's like, look, let me just, that was funny. She says, let me, y'all didn't catch that. Stay safe. All right. So Boaz, he said, let me see if she changes if I let a handful of some pure stuff fall in the tracks like it fell off the truck. Let me see how she change up the next day. He told his servants, he said, y'all do me a favor. You two come here. Your bushels, you some of my best pickers. And I appreciate your work. Do me a favor. You're not going to get in trouble. I just want each of you to leave 2 handfuls, sporadically through the field after everybody's gone. She'll come like hours after y'all leave, but just drop a couple handfuls of this stuff, a couple, each of you, out of each of your good baskets. Just drop it. I want to see, I want to see something. Okay, sir, I'm not going to get fired. I got you. Go ahead. Just drop them. And you get caught up to the crew. Ruth comes in with her sand and her bucket, and she's picking, and she sees an abnormal amount just sitting here laid. And so she's like, well, they're gone. they don't know I'm supposed to be here. I know he said I could, but I don't even know what to do. She picks up the abundance. She puts it in her basket. She doesn't go to the market to sell it.
Come on now. Come on.
She goes home. Y'all didn't catch that. Y'all didn't catch that. He wants to see how she's going to respond. She doesn't take it to the market to sell it. She goes home and says, Auntie, Mama, we got some grain here. It sort of kind of helps us a little bit so we can, if we don't get some for a while, we got some for a while. All right. I'm gonna still go back out and work tomorrow morning, and check where they're going to the next field. But right now, can you work this? So Naomi home, she making it work, she making it store, she's preserving it, doing what she got to do with it, getting it all shelled and making sure that it's in a place where it can preserve itself. And that's how they rocking with it. And Boaz is like, she a real one.
That's right.
Oh, she a real one. She's not just in a new land trying to go along to get along. She's in a new land trying to build a new life. And she's willing to watch this. Watch this. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Wednesday night Bible study. She's willing to get it out the mud.
Get it out the mud.
Okay.
I thought that was pretty good. She's willing to get it out the mud. Remember, y'all, Boaz is a farmer. When y'all talk about, did you glean anything? Listen, when you hear me ask you, did y'all glean anything from the service today? That means it was all, do y'all know the difference between a harvest? When you go to pick the harvest, you're picking the premium of that crop. But when you send back in the gleaners, they're not the same crew as the harvesters. Let me help some of y'all. The harvesters is a whole different set of people. They go in to get the premium prime stuff and get it off the vine, get it off the branches, and then they take it to market wherever the owner wants it. And then he sends in the gullies, the grimies. They go in and they ready to get muddy to get what did not come out of the original harvest, moderators. And so when this begins to happen, these grimier or these more willing to get dirty, because we got to get this out of here. Some stuff got left by the premium pickers. We're going to get that got left. And then when the premium pickers are gone, they may not come back that same day, the next gleaning crew. They might come back 2 days later because certain things were still immature, not ripe on the vine. So they may need 2 days to now manifest. So the premium pickers knew to make sure they didn't disturb the stuff that was not quite yet ripe. The gleaners would come back and get it when it did ripen. Then there was a third set of gleaners who would come back in same order because 2 days later, some other stuff was not yet ready to grow, to be picked. And they come back and get that, and then they strip it down to make sure it was bare and all the fruit had been picked off that was appropriately ready to be picked off. And now that tree, that branch, that vine could start almost from scratch with some budding and some seeding that was already happening, but nowhere near ready for picking. That's what she was picking under. Are y'all understanding this?
Man, that's a wonderful process. Thank you, Yahweh.
So this woman was willing to come back when she knew it was skeletons, bones, nothing on the plate. And she made something out of nothing to feed not just her, but her moms. Boaz watched her ethic in his kingdom. Watch this. He didn't promise her when she came in months back that, hey, you're going to be this and we're going to make you a prop. We're going to prophesy. God is saying you coming in this new world. You're going to be this. He's like, nah, we need to see how you rocking, what you doing. He wasn't even trying to really get at her or nothing like that. He was just, he's looking at taking care. She's actually taking the charge of taking care of her mother-in-law, even though her husband is dead. Most women, when the husband's dead, they might love the moms, but they're like, yo, I got to move on. She a real one. She loved her husband enough, knowing that her husband's brother and her husband's dad had died, who were all responsible for her. She took that responsibility of her son onto herself to love this woman who apparently loved her sons and loved her as married to her sons, to a point where it's like, there's no way I can repay you other than make sure you're okay. Y'all not going to talk about it, but it's okay. And he's like, yeah, she a real one. All right, so what we going to do here? Let's see how she work if she gets something. She going to change that on my auntie? Let me see what she going to do. She gonna go down to the market and cash this in real quick for some money and then take back to auntie what she would usually have, which all had all that sand and all those leaves, and they had to pick through the sand and leaves of the little stuff that, and then put the stuff that was halfway, that fell off, that got broken off by mistake, and then was halfway ripe, and they put it in the window and let it ripe over a couple of days. What's she gonna do? We're gonna give her good full Monty from a proper glean, and let's see what she do. She did not take that stuff to the market to try to make money on it, at least not without going through Naomi. And he saw her take that stuff back, so he stopped by the crib. He's like, hey auntie, what's good? Hey nephew, how you doing, nephew? Auntie, I miss you. I'm sorry to hear about it. I'm sorry to hear about the sons. I mean, it's like, wow, you know, cuz I love Cuz, you know, and I see Cuz his wife stayed with you. I met her in the fields. She said, well, yeah, how you know? Well, she's gleaning in our fields. Oh, you know what? You always was a good nephew. Always good nephew. You know, your sister, so they start talking and having some fun, right? And then he's like, all right, well, if you need anything, let me know. She said, no, son. I'm good. I'm good, nephew. Thank you. If Yahweh bless you to bless me, that's cool. But we Gucci. This girl's for real. And if I need anything, you know, I'll call you. All right. Because see, those people back then, and we should be that same way. We don't put burdens on our nephews and our children because you know you raised them and birthed them to have their life. And their life should only come back to bless your life if you've loved them well enough in life that they want to show you honor. You don't demand it. You owe me. I'm your auntie. You should do for me. I'm your elder. Respect your elders. I'm respecting you by not cussing you out for the way you dogged me out and threw me under a thing and made me do all that stuff while you was over in the wood and left me over here and all that. I'm respecting you by keeping my peace. Auntie. Mom.
Wow.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back to Torah. So he's like, let me see what she did. He said, yeah, we had some stuff. So he's in the house looking around to see what she did with the benefits he left her. And he's like, oh snap, they over there in the bucket. They right there. She really brought that back home. Wow. She really ain't a gold digger. When she got that, she made sure that they provided. That's the kind of woman, you know what? And I can imagine him thinking, that's the kind of woman I want with me, who whatever I produce, she gonna bring it back, cover it, maximize its potential, even if it's just crumbs. Man, that's the right kind of soul to have in a helpmate. Well, auntie, yeah, right. Well, auntie, listen, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll post on you. Son, nephew, you know, drop by anytime. I have some tea. Well, I have some water with some grapevines on it. We'll make it what it is. But you know, you stop back here anytime. Yeah. Yeah, and tell cousin Clarice I said, hey, I'll try to get up to the marketplace. You'll see me during the feast, but we're just getting back in. I got a lot of work to do around here. You see, the ceilings all halfway fell in, and we haven't been here. We were in Moab all those decades, and well, now I'm back. So, you know, if you know a handyman that can come and help me with the irrigation piece over here until me and Ruth can get the garden back to, you know, the way I've always had it. He says, yeah, you guys really helped me in my agricultural knowledge, but I mean, I can come back and help with some of that. I can imagine the conversations they had, but what he did was he looked to see what that girl did with what he gave. Wow. The very handfuls I told them to drop, she kept them. She didn't come back and say, well, moms, you know, we got our regular stuff, and then take her stuff in the bedroom, you know, and try to get out and go sell it and make some money, you know. She really was about the team. So what's that got to do with, you know, colonizing people and bringing them into the kingdom? The point is, when people come into the kingdom that are going to be valuable to the kingdom, they don't come in because they were marketed, they were targeted, they were a demographic that were targeted to say, hey, you need this kind of life, you need Jesus, you need God, you need Torah. No, what they did was they lived it, and the people would say, hey, that's what you really think? No, we really think that. We really believe that. And they would see, wow, he really did bless y'all with that. Yes, he did. And then they could say, I want that life. Naomi never browbeat her. Her husband never browbeat her. He lived it in front of her. She followed his lead. And when he was dead, she now was like, I like the way he led me. I don't want to go back to where I came from, because I left Moab lifestyle to marry him anyway. And he really lived this. His mom, his brother, his dad lived it. This is what they really did. I left that life. I like this draw. I like this lifestyle. She took that man's hand in marriage, and then he died, and she was still hoping that hand would lead her. And the only way that could be done was through the connectivity of his mother. And his mother was living that same life. She taught it to him. And now she's like, I'm not leaving this. I like this lifestyle. And she came over. She didn't ask to be nothing. She just asked to be in. I just want to be in. I just want to get in. Anybody just want to make it in?
I just want to make it.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I don't.
Yes.
When I get to heaven, I don't need nobody saying, oh, that's Apostle Jones, he's a great man. I don't need none of that. I just want to get in. I just want to make it in. I want those pearly gates to shut on my back, not my face. You hear me?
I'm with you on that one.
I just want to, can y'all type in? I just want to make it in. Because it's important. I just want to make it in. I promise you. Matter of fact, let me type it. I want the atmosphere to know. Yeah. Boom. I just want to make it in. She didn't come in trying to talk about, hey, I'm from Moab and we do this over here and I can show y'all this. And she did not go out there selling herself and selling her IP and selling anything. She came in, got grimy, got busy, got working about having a life. And she was cool with being low key. Not that she wanted to be in the shadows. Not that she was trying to hide from anything. She wasn't some criminal from another country came in trying to stay low. No. She a real one. She a real one. She a real one. And when Naomi realized that this girl didn't do what Orpha did, she was like, I experienced the goodness, but I'm good over here. I'm not willing. I mean, when my husband was here, because he would say go, I would go, and then he was my husband too, so that's what that was. But Mom, you ain't got no more sons for me, so I need a man. I'm gonna stay over here. I know these people. But Ruth, not Orpha, Ruth, she was like, yeah, at this, I want the God that made that man that I loved. Woo!
That part right there.
I want the God that made that man that I love.
Yes.
That's what I want. Because if he made one, he can make another. For me. And clearly he did. So when she got into the kingdom And she began to get involved and do everything that was being required, and not even required. She just did naturally what it took to survive and take care of what she loved. And someone saw her working. You need to know somebody of means is watching you. Are you a real one? It's okay to be that one. The question is, are you a real one, Mr. and Mrs. Dat? I'm trying to be a real one. I'm going to do what's right as best I can, the way I know to do it, and take care of what I'm supposed to take care of. And I don't want nobody's help getting it done. If you want to help me, it's something you did because you was like, yo, I saw your work ethic, and hey, I got some extra. Look, here, take this, man. Shoot, the way you was doing it, man, I wish I had more people. I wish I had people around me like you, man. Look, bro, I just want to bless you. I don't want nothing from you. Here, take this, go back to business, man, and keep doing what you do. You a real one?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Yeah. Regina. Howard.
Yes.
About that bunk cake. You is it a 7-Up? Is it the 7-Up bunk?
No, it's a lemon. It's a lemon bun cake.
What I'm trying to say is, do you ship?
Yes, I do.
Shout out Abaho. Shout out. She coming in a Honda. My God, coming in UPS. Good God in heaven. Let's talk about that after Sabbath is over. It's coming in a Honda. Yeah, Lord. All right, we're gonna talk. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Back to Sabbath. My bad, y'all. Listen. So, coming into the kingdom, she didn't come in with these grand ideas. She wasn't forced to come. She came because she was seeking a better life. That's why people should come to your church, because they're seeking a better life realistically. Not under some promise, that if you come to this church and you stay here all day, every day, God gonna do this for you and he gonna turn around right away. Old things are passed away. Behold, all things right there, hit right there, become new. My God, no. This is a process. These feasts are his way of prospering anybody. But in order to even honor the feast, you can't do it because it's the thing you see the people in the region doing. You, like Ruth, have to begin to say, I just want to really live this thing rightly. And to do that, I'm going to keep the feast because that's what this kingdom does. And I want the God of this kingdom. That's what was blessing me when she says, Mom, I'm leaving my people, your people, the way they get down. I want them to be my people, because my people, the ones I'm leaving, they don't do what we're doing over here since I've been married. I want your people to be my people. And I wish my husband was still alive, but I want your people to be my people. Watch this. She says, and since I've been working the religious arena over here in Moab, and I am a Moabitess princess before I met your husband, yeah, I don't even want their God. Your God will be my God.
Yeah.
Now, did they put her in a cell group every week?
Nope. No. No, they did not.
Did they knock on her door? Did they knock on her door every Saturday or every Sunday or every Monday or and interrupt her dinner like they was a vacuum cleaner salesman? No, they didn't.
No.
But she saw how they lived in a different place. That's the part I like about her story. She saw how they lived in a different place, always repping the place they came from. See, when you out in the streets and you're out of the kingdom walls of Elohim's kingdom, you, when you enter into other people's kingdoms, should always be repping authentically the kingdom you from.
That's right.
Not bragging about it. Not going into another kingdom saying, "Ooh, this nasty. You know, that's a terrible color. Why you got periwinkle over there in the bathrooms? You should have mustard. It makes you go to the bathroom better. And why do you have lime in the kitchen? This don't make no sense. See, in the kingdom of God, we do it this way. You out of order. Your job as a kingdom citizen is to be a citizen of the kingdom. If the citizen of the kingdom is with the other citizens of the kingdom, then the kingdom is strong and people will always see a consistent, strong kingdom because their kingdoms, though they got walls that look like they're impenetrable, are collapsing and imploding inside. So when they pass by your kingdom and they go inside these beautiful, strong, consistent, I can't challenge that kingdom's world, but I'm gonna go in here and barter. I'm gonna take a couple dollars and get some sheep. They say they got the best lambs over here, so I'm gonna go ahead and give me a couple lambs so I can go ahead and start building up my head of cattle again. And then they come in like, man, I just feel so at peace when I'm in here. Can I live over here? Mr. Real Estate man, lady in the kingdom of Elohim, how's the real estate over here? Oh, well, we have good APRs, like about 1%. 1%. We got 11% over here. Yeah, oh yeah. And you get real big parcels of land too. So you get like 5 acres. Yeah, really, you can't. And most times, if you don't have irrigation, you know, the rest of the citizens will help you get irrigation over to your land. What? We got to fight tooth and nail over here. Oh, okay. All right. Do the lambs always look this healthy and plump? Yes. Because we're under strict orders to make sure that we do all things as if we're doing it unto ourselves. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a commonwealth here. Really. So if I came over here, well, we keep the feast now. It's not for everybody, and we rest on Sabbath. And one of the reasons our fields are always so well is because we rest sabbatically according to the governance of our kingdom. Well, our kingdom got us out there working every day, working day and night, working. Well, no, we work while it is day, because night comes when man can't work. Right? Yeah. So over here, yeah, we rest on the day of resting. Yeah. Really. Well, thank you. Can I get 15 head of those ewe lambs over there, and can I get one of those rams? Sure, absolutely. Okay. Would you like some feed to go back with you? Well, I'm only 3 kilometers up the road. I'm only 3-4 miles up the road from y'all. But yeah, you know the feed comes with it. We got an abundance of it, so we make sure that those who buy our lambs and our rams, they get it along the way in case you need a snack. You actually, it gets double for you because you could actually get it, knead it, and then make dough out of it at home. It's our blessing to you for patronizing us. Yeah. Is everybody in the kingdom like this? Yeah, most are who are citizens here. You know, you got to be careful because you don't know who's just passing through. Yeah, some people don't live in homes; they live in the hotels, so they're not really in. But we still respect and honor them too. Wow. Okay, well, it was a pleasure meeting you. Hey, y'all come back now. You hear? That was funny. I'm gonna make a play, and we're gonna do it.
That was funny. Hey, we'll leave the light on for
We're
you.
gonna leave the light on for you. We leave the menorah on for you. Y'all come back now. You hear? Wait a minute. I'm allowed to come back? Oh, yeah. As long as you come right, we straight. Four months later, they come knocking on the door. Hey, Mr. and Mrs. Real Estate Lady, man, do you have some property I could look at? Certainly. I really like it over here. I just feel so, when I come, I just feel so calm. Listen, come on in. As long as you're living right, we don't do what y'all do in y'all kingdom now. So we don't fight, we don't bicker, we keep our doors open because everybody got the same thing. We don't have to steal from anybody because everybody got the same thing. And everybody's eating. And when there is a need, everybody sort of kind of helps out in these kingdom walls. We don't take what we have out to other kingdoms to feed them because we think we special. They have a kingdom, their government should take care of them, because when you work there, you get a wage from there. There's a check that a world activity pays from. And then there's a check that the word activity pays from. So our kingdom is welcoming of everyone, as long as everyone coming wants to honor the word of this kingdom. You can't come in here like it's a melting pot, meaning we're going to bring your demagoguery in here, bring in their mysticism here, bring in their gypsyism. No, we don't do that. It's strictly the Torah. So you have to go to the standards of operations for this kingdom and want to convert to them. And everything we have in the kingdom is for you. Mm-hmm. Everybody's welcome. But you got to leave them demagogues out the door. You know? See, that's how the kingdom builds, because now you're telling them, okay, so if I come in here, I'm making a choice to leave behind what I did. Yes, Ruth. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I was just thinking about somebody when I was talking to you. Yeah, but yeah, you have to do that. You have to shed off your religion. Yeah, we don't do Baptists here. We get baptized. Yeah, we don't do new methods here, Methodists. No. We have a method of operation that Yahweh gives us the dictation for.
Oh man.
That was funny. Y'all not gonna laugh at the jokes today? I see we're gonna have a problem.
I just ain't doing it.
That was funny.
Yes.
And so here, when you come into the kingdom, you are welcomed. We talk about some stuff you might, and I know where you come from. So I was down there, I had bought some stuff, and we had a big order come from down there. So we brought the order over because we delivered it to y'all. And when we got there, they were like, "You think y'all special?" No, we don't. We just live by this. Well, you don't come in here giving us. I said, "Well, you ordered this. I didn't ask to come here. You asked me to come. Now, if you don't want what we have, I can take it back. I'm good. You asked for it. You ordered it. And we brought it down to you, and now you're going, I don't have to, I can leave. I'm good. Matter of fact, I'll just drop off what you ordered. Did you pay for it yet? Oh, you didn't pay for it? No, I ain't paying for it. Since you brought it, leave it. Well, that's not going to happen, because in business, I'm going to be men. So I'm taking back what you have not paid for. I came here in good faith, and I'm going to go back to my thing. You ain't leaving here without nothing. How you going to stop me?
Right there.
Now you think I'm just being gangster.
That's right. Tell us how you gonna stop.
How you gonna stop me? You don't need a gun, because if you from the kingdom, then if God be for you, nobody can stand against you. You right. Did you know that my Savior told the disciples that when he left the earth, he said, listen, up until now, you haven't really needed a weapon, but tonight I want y'all to go out and sell your best garments and buy a dagger.
He did say that.
That's
Oh,
right.
man, Yahweh sanction this.
Hey, get you one.
You better get you one.
That's right. Get you one.
Get you one. And people say, that ain't no kingdom. That ain't Christian. No, it's not Christian. It's kingdom. Christian's another nation up the block, 3 turns, and to the left.
Say that again.
This the kingdom of Elohim.
Oh, man.
So if you want to come here, you got to leave that Easter and Christmas off. Yeah. I know they look like, it looks like our wall, but it's really not. It's a good thing. So anyway, just having fun, guys. Just having fun. Don't y'all come for me. Don't y'all come for me. That's right, Gatlin. I carry a lot. Gatlin, I carry a lot.
Well, I just have an action 238. That's all.
Shoot, I technically sleep with one. So at the end of the day, anywho,
Oh, man.
are y'all learning anything?
Oh, yes.
Sir.
Good.
Enjoying it.
And that's what it is. Somebody get Tanetta on Facebook. Get her my information and let her know she can contact Elder Page, and Page will put her on the books to chat with me. And Tanetta, I'm not sure if you understand how we work and we operate over here. Glad to have you. Glad you viewed in. But you really can't end your own life. So as a person who tried to end their life several times, I'm still here. But I did have the great potential of damaging my quality of life in my efforts, thinking that I can't take it no more. One thing about Elohim, Miss Tanetta, is that he will never give you more than you can bear. Oh, and many people, y'all hold up, many people don't understand that, because it's like, that's not true. I can't bear this. Well, many times Elohim didn't give us what we got ourselves into, but he will burden bear for us if we realize, I bit off too much. I really bit off more than I can chew here. I repent, meaning I turn from the way I chose. I need help. And now Shekinah glory, Elohim, seeks that heart, a broken, a contrite heart. And then he comes for you. And it is a literal spiritual experience, because the word is already in you. It's in your head. It's in your heart already. My recommendation tonight was just to sit and listen as we talk about Torah today for the period of time that we do. It will, I promise you, help to alleviate a little bit of the pressure you're experiencing. So if you just do that, there is nothing on this earth you can't overcome. And there is nothing on this earth you've actually encountered, whether you did it yourself or Yahweh's allowed it to creep to you, you will be making it through it. Trust me. I tried to take my life 3 times. I found out we really are not in control of that. And though some people would say, well, it ain't true, people do it all the time, suicide is never the way out. And if you believe in Elohim, suicide is technically the murder of you. So thou shalt not kill. And we don't have the right, but we do have the right to do what we want to do. But in the sight of Elohim, we don't have the right to do that, though we can make the attempt to do that. And if it's not our time to go, our efforts will only diminish the quality of life we have in the earth. I was a fortunate one. Not everybody else is. The question is, how do I get through some things? Well, the word of Elohim is the greatest solution for all problems on the globe, in the planet, more importantly, in your world. And you're not alone. Be still in Sabbath and know Elohim. He will strengthen your heart. Not church, not the pastor, not the bishop, not the apostle. But if we can help you to see the word through the circumstances you're contending with, you might be able to find an answer in the word that gets you over the hump that seems to have you stumped. Amen. So people are going to contact you back channel. They are not going to be, trying to coddle you. They're going to give you my information. I will look forward to hearing from you. Elder Page they'll give you Elder Page's information. You can contact her, because I can't come get you. Now that you're here, you are drawn here. You're seeking something. And here is where the God of your salvation, in your spiritual inquiry, looking for answers, led you to. We welcome you. But I'm not going to cow hustle you. If you want to know, give me a few hours to finish this study that we're in, and we can sit and chat and talk about the word, how it can bring you into a knowledge and give you some information on how to turn your situation into a successful thing. And everything bad happening to us is not a bad thing. Some bad things are blowing out the things that are bad from your life so you can have a good life. A lot of times we're not willing to let go of it because we built it, sweat, tears, and blood. But at the end of the day, Yahweh brings hurricanes in our lives. It looks like we're going to die. It looks like we're going to die in the flood. It looks like something's going to impale us flying through the air because of the wind and the torrential rain. But Yahweh is really cleansing the environment for us to live a better life once the storm is over. There's truth. There's truth behind your storm. Let's just sit down, hunker in, breathe, and ask the Father, why is this happening? And wait for him to answer before we do something unwise. Seek wisdom. My name is Apostle V.W. Jones. One of our moderators are going to reach out to you in the back channels. Not everybody on this platform is going to do that. Only the moderators that they know I sanction and authorize to reach you. They're going to contact you. If anybody else is contacting you and telling you to call them, I recommend you do not, because they're not from me. You ask this on this platform, I will make sure we address it, and or the eldership here that will. So be careful of people feeling your pain and trying to gravitate to you. Every spirit is not the spirit of Elohim. You asked here on purpose. We're responding with purpose. I hope to hear from you. The choice is yours. You have to seek. And I'm going to be here as soon as I see and hear your voice or your name, and we'll talk about it. But why don't you hang out right now? Hang out with us and just listen to the word, and let's laugh at life and what we do in life and how we make ourselves difficult. When Yahweh wants us to be really good. I'm glad you're here. I will say this. You are here on purpose. You didn't just stumble up here. You were led here. And we're just going to show you what the word says. All right? Hope to hear from you. If I don't, well, you have your choices. Elohim cares for you. And we're willing to care for you the way Elohim would have that done. So I hope to hear from you. That's our response to your request. Doesn't change, won't change. And it is as compassionate and sincere as your desire to come out of that state of fear you're finding yourself in. Been there, done that. That may be why you're here. We'll talk soon, I hope. Moderators, you know what to do. So, that being said, let's take the opportunity to look at some things. And when I say look at some things, I mean look at some things about how our gathering as believers is supposed to grow. We grow because people come into a place and they feel comfortable. They eat good. They're dealt with directly. They're not gaslighted. They're not hyped up. They're given truth, sometimes strong dose, no chaser. And then it helps us to realize, hey, I guess everybody's going through what I'm going through. So Ruth, in the days of Boaz and Naomi, she came into the kingdom of her own volition. And guess what she did, y'all? She stayed. You know what happens if a kingdom goes into another kingdom, defeats it economically, makes subserviency of that entity, and then drags it back to its own kingdom and forces them to serve? Those slaves are eventually, if they can stay together, they don't get divided, they will find a way to reconnect and start an upheaval, an uprising, because I don't want to live your life. You force me in here to work for you. I want to live my own life. I want to do my own thing. I don't want to be under your tyranny. And I don't think most churches realize how tyrannical we are. This storyline of Ruth and Boaz, she added to the kingdom because she wanted to be added to the kingdom. She didn't want anything from the kingdom. She just wanted to be in the kingdom because being in it was enough. She settled for the fallout. She settled for the residue of the kingdom. And see, that's that humbled spirit. That's that valuing of this good, even in drips and drabs initially, that Elohim says, if you're faithful over a few things, I'll make you ruler over much. Y'all think that that happened in Ruth's life? She was faithful over a few handfuls that Boaz, very wealthy man, lent her to see what she would do with it. He then converted her. She got converted. He then married her. And now she's over all the people she picked after. I'm seeing the word of Elohim manifest in truth. Yahweh says, you be faithful over a few things, I will make you ruler over much. Boaz was that dude. I ain't calling her a gold digger because she's not a gold digger. But Boaz, yeah, Boaz wasn't broke as his cousin. And Boaz set her as his helpmeet. So everything, his entire empire, she now helps his empire meet the goal of their empire. So she was over a couple handfuls. Now she's over the silos. That was good stuff. I don't understand what the problem is. Are we on a delayed thing here? Are y'all getting this late? What is it? Nothing? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's man.
Yeah. So this is why we keep Shabbat, to just really talk about the writ. And you know, it's funny because if you ever talk about other people's issues and some of the other struggles that you see within the writ today, it really does sort of kind of relate to you, though it's primitive. We think that's primitive. It really does relate to you in your modern day situations because it really does have a lot of similarities. You're like, you know what? Snap. I didn't realize that, okay, I lost my job. I didn't realize that, okay, they put me out. I didn't realize, okay, he divorced me. I didn't realize, okay, she don't want to be with me. She's leaving me and she took all the money. She took all the accounts. I didn't realize that even in that, in all those terrible situations, I didn't realize that though they died, they passed away and I did have my life built with them and I don't know what else to do. And I'm left with all these children. I didn't realize that Yahweh is still providing for me.
Amen.
And no one has to do anything for me. No one is obligated to help you.
Amen.
What? I don't believe that the Christian church is supposed to help each other. No, that's what they told y'all. Yahweh is your helper. You get close to him,
Amen.
he draws close to you.
Amen.
Listen, if you draw close to the middleman, you're still farther away from Elohim than you should be. So you're drawing close to the middleman who is supposed to be promoting you to the man or the creator of man. And because you're drawing close to the middleman, you think Yahweh going to provide for you? Let that middleman provide for you. If he won't let you get past him to get to who he's propagating, she's propagating, then you are not getting to your provider.
That's
I'm really trying to be calm with all this good information I'm dropping on y'all.
We're absorbing it, Pastor.
That's what it is. And right now, what we're doing is, I went to the church and the church didn't do nothing for me. The church is not designed to do anything for you, but point you to the words that are supposed to be the governance for your life. I gave my tithe. I gave my giving to the church. No, your tithing you don't give your tithe to the church. You give your tithe to Elohim. He tells you to drop it off at this deposit place. You don't go back to the deposit to make a withdrawal. You go to him. You give your tithe to Elohim. He says, drop it off at outlet B. Outlet B, did they drop it off? Yeah, we waived it right here on their account. Here it is. Person C, here they are. Okay, great. Now Yahweh says angels. He's not talking to the church. Angels. Go up the line, drop a few handfuls over here. Listen, and there's an ambushment happening up the street. The principalities got together. They heard her complaining the other day. And I want you to go up there and just push them back a while. Put an isolation about her from there. Okay, this trap over here that they're trying to set on her, somebody lied on her again. And she got in her feelings and she responded on social media. Go and shut that person down and just give them something else to look at. All right, y'all got her on a straight pathway? All right, great. Good job. You dropped the handfuls I told you to? All right, good. All right, angels, thank you. The angels are your ministering spirits to them that are heirs of salvation. You giving your tithe to Elohim does not mean you go back to the place of depository to get your blessing. He produces that for you as you walk, and you walk as you go. Deuteronomy 28 begins to come in. These blessings will overtake you. Your job is to do kingdom. Your job is to do citizenship. Your job is to do what he says and consistently, convictedly do those things. Keep yourself clean. Bless your brothers when you can. Hold your sisters up should you need to. If you're asked to be of aid, give of aid, but require respect of your aid. And you keep it moving. Learn his word. Keep his Sabbath. Keep his Moedim. He has blessings every step you take prepared to overtake you. When you turn around and go back to the depository, you've turned back. You're not going forward. The church is not designed to do anything for you. Yes, it is. The church in the New Testament, they sold their stuff and they came in. No, the church, the government of the church did not. The recipients of the church doctrine did. What are you saying, Apostle? Let me make it plain. The church is supposed to do something for me, and every time I give, and then they don't give back, and we got people around here who ain't got no food, who ain't got no rent, who ain't got no car, who ain't got this, and who ain't got that. Well, that's not the church's fault. Just because you gave tithing according to the doctrine of the church, that is your faith. That triggers Elohim in your life. Well, I gave my tithe and I needed money for my light bill and I went to the church and the church didn't give it. Nowhere in your Bible, nowhere in Torah, nowhere in Brit Hadessa, nowhere in the Tanakh did the church pay anybody's light bill.
That's true.
In the book of Acts, yes, they did. They sold what they had, and so that everybody had all things common. The pastors of that church, the church of Yeshua HaMashiach, you know, Peter, James, John, Paul, Barnabas, Matthew, John Mark, all of those guys, Mary Magdalene, Miriam, mother of Yeshua, James, the brother of Yeshua, all of them, they were over the church of Yeshua HaMashiach. Whatever tithing came in, that went for the purposes of the tithing. Now listen, the people who listen to their pastoralship doctrine of Yeshua's instructions, the people who received the teachings began to do the teachings. So in that region, the set of pastors, i.e., government of the church, taught the people what Torah meant about tzedakah, charity. Now, the people hearing it, going home and looking at their neighborhood, said, you know what? We need to make sure that we have a nice community. We look like the commonwealth of our God. Anybody who does not have equal to the standards that we have set for commonwealth, we want to help them as long as they're faithful to the teachings. We want to help them so we all have commonwealth. The people of the church did that. The attendees taking the doctrine that's being taught about Torah did that. They still gave their tithe, but they didn't come to the church to take the tithe to go pay their rent, to go pay their light bill, to go pay their emergency bills, to go pay their hospital bills. No, the people in the community who are living by the doctrine of the church are now setting things up and saying, hey, let's all sell our excess. Everybody should have X and so. Everybody should have X and so. Everybody should have X and so. 2 cars, just an analogy, just an analogy. I'm giving y'all just an analogy. Every home should have 5 bedrooms. Every home should have 2-car garage. Every home, and y'all didn't have cars back then. I'm just giving y'all an analogy. They should have 5 bedrooms, 2-car garage. They should have a silo in the back so they can put their grain in. They should have a horse stall in the back so they can put their horses in. They should have 4 acres of land so they can have their children run out on Sabbath and they ain't got to be just stuck in the house and cooped up in that little block in an apartment. Everybody should have a washer, dryer. Everybody should have electric system. Everybody should have indoor plumbing. Everybody should have all the commonwealth things. Everybody should have the means to take a vacation from this area when the time comes to vacate work. Everybody should have 4 goats. Everybody should have 2 ox. Everybody should have 3 donkeys. Everybody should have a camel. All the commonwealth items. So when the people who are listening to the doctrines that are coming from the apostles about how the commonwealth should look, they're now saying anybody who doesn't have the commonwealth, those of us who have the commonwealth and above that, let's sell our excess and help others who are showing commitment to the teachings of the church, the commitment to the teachings of Yeshua, the commitment to the teachings of the apostles after Yeshua. We want to help them get to where we are. All we needed to do to teach that, but the Catholic Church hijacked the faith of the apostles. And so that they could have governmental rule over the people once they hijacked, colonialized the region. They said, yeah, you can still church and you can still gather. You can still talk about Jesus. You can still do that stuff you do in the Torah and all that stuff like that. But you're going to do it when we say do it. You're going to do it how we say do it. And now if you come to us and you become a Christian and you learn what we're going to do, we the church, which is why you have Catholic charities, we the church, no disrespect, it's needed. Everybody's got to have something to help us out. But the Catholic charities are not the Catholic charities are not the work of Acts chapters, the book of Acts. Catholic charities or the Catholic Church, they gather all these different things, they get this money, and then they sit there and they say, okay, we're going to leave this out here for schools and whatever. And then when you come to them, there is an obligation to them. That's the thing of the Nicolaitans. That's the thing of the Laodiceans. That's the thing Revelation says, y'all, we should not do that. So the Catholic charities that you see today that is prominent all over, if you got a problem, yes, dial 211. That is a 501c3 entity globally that will help people who are with lackluster. But that is not, though the Church of Rome has made that something that people go to so that they can look like they're helping for the welfare of the community. They're really not. That's not, they are, sorry. They really are, but that's not the church of Acts. That's not the Acts of the apostles. That's not the Acts of Yeshua HaMashiach, though it is a part of what charity can be. What they did in the book of Acts, the church who received the tithing, received the offerings, did not do the selling of their items. The apostles who sat over the tithing, sat over the giving, they also sat over this nonprofit movement. And they said, we want you, leaders of our faith, to oversee this collection that we are making for those who you can say are faithful to the teachings that you're giving in our community. And if they don't have the commonwealth, we want to be able to dispense to them these resources that we have given from our excess, so that in fact, everybody can have a commonwealth and remove the stress from their lives. So when we come to service, we come to sanctuary, we come to the times of the giving of the offerings, everybody's able to participate and nobody feels shamed. Can y'all say or type in commonwealth?
Commonwealth.
So when you read the stories of Ananias and Sapphira, the people asked Peter and the brethren to oversee the collection of the congregation who has desired to do tzedakah. It's got nothing to do with the church's bank, the church's accounts. It has everything to do with the people of the church adhering to the doctrines of tzedakah, the doctrines of righteousness, the doctrine and the instructions of Torah. Prepare for the homeless, prepare for the fatherless, prepare for the widows, prepare for the stranger coming into your region, prepare for the convert who's at to uproot and uproot itself and its family and its life to come into this faith, no longer able to pull resources from the place that they have disconnected themselves from because they don't rock with them no more. But when you come here and you're going to live this thing for real, we'll help you to get up on your feet and be at the common place of all provisions for your family. We were never taught this. You were just preached that the church is going to take care of you. And it is not the church's job. You do not take from Yahweh what Yahweh has given to the priests.
Amen. This is good.
Elder Rogers, they about to shoot me. They about to come for me. I want y'all to get this. So when you see the story of Ananias and Sapphira, and you think automatically, oh, Apostle Peter told them that Ananias, how much did you get for this? Well, I got this much. I got that much. Why did you lie to the Holy Spirit? Why would you take a doctrine of Elohim and then try to come to Elohim presenting him something he already knows you cheated him on? Cain and Abel. Y'all didn't know that was basically, okay, let me keep moving. And Kepha, along with the other disciples who are now the apostles, in their level of discernment, not even knowing physically what this man had done, but Ruach HaKodesh gave them the understanding and the discernment that they're lying. Ananias, how are you? Now, Ananias is in line. Everybody who's a part of the congregation went out, went into their sheds, went into their storages, picked up their art, picked up their old cars, picked up their old boats. I don't have use for it. I don't use it. I got a boat, another boat. That boat's just sitting on the water, you know, just getting waterlogged. This is going on over here. Nobody wants to hear this conversation. Y'all, I'm telling you right now, nobody wants to hear this conversation. But I don't have this car. I'm not using it. It's still good. I keep my stuff in good shape. You know, God has blessed me. But I did get a better car for better functionality. So that car is still sitting there. Maybe I'll give it to my grandson or something later on. You know, but it's just really taking up space. And, you know, I got this art picture that such and so artist did. And I got 3 of them. So I really don't need that one. It's not even up. I got it under a cloth in the back. Maybe I shift and I change during spring cleaning. I'll take one painting and put it back there. I got these chandeliers. I got this menorah over here. I got these things over here. I got all this stuff. I got this cutlery. I got this silver. I don't even use it. It's back here in the shed. You know what? I got a full functioning life in my kitchen, in my front room, and everything. I'm good. So let me just, you know what? I can afford to separate from some of this. I really don't need it all. That's what the people of that church under the doctrine of the apostles did. And they sold what they had in excess so that people who did not have the bare minimum could level up. Because those who did not have the bare minimum converted to the life those with excess were being blessed from.
Amen.
Amen.
Yahweh be praised.
So when the people of the church, which doesn't get explained in the writing of Acts, come to the apostles of the church, which doesn't get explained in the writing of Acts, you automatically assume, the way it's being preached, that the church and the apostles are the ones doing this as a government of the church. No, they're establishing a nonprofit based on how we live organization, and the apostles are setting the order for it. But the people are making the contributions to it for a commandment of Sidka. Take care of the widows, take care of the fatherless, take care of the stranger, take care of the new converts. And that is what they are going to set order for the dispensation and the dispensing. I'm sorry, I said dispensation. For the dispensing of those gathered by adhering to doctrine collections, which are different from the tithing and different from the offering. And now Kepha, the other apostles, all sitting there as a council, watching the people who said, I willingly want to do this to help my brothers in this space. And then everybody gets in line and say, hey, I sold 2 art paintings I had. I got $2,000 for it. Here, put that in a kitty. Great, thanks. Yahweh bless you. Yep. Let me get back to work. I got to go get some stuff done. Okay, cool. See you later. All right. And they're looking for people to put over this stuff, right? The apostles are looking for people to put over this stuff. Other people who they don't have time to do this, but they're going to collect it so that everybody knows that this is the right thing to do. And then they're going to appoint president, CEO, CFO, OOO, all these different things they're going to do. They're going to set that up, and then that organization will run based on the doctrine of the church, but separate from the church handling it. And the only thing of the church that will be handling it are the citizens and the members of that organization who believe in the doctrine that the church has been propagating. So it's not the church giving the charity. It's the church teaching charity and those receiving the doctrine of charity demonstrating it. Commonwealth. I know it hits different and that takes a minute to digest, but just follow. So now everybody's in line. They all said, hey, listen, everybody, let's go to the broader place, and let's just have a big yard sale. This is actually typically a yard sale. Everybody brought their excess to the marketplace and everybody sold it. You never know what somebody else might buy from you. And if it's an excess, they took it, they bought it. Now they got one, they never had one. They bought it from you, $2,000, $1,000, $100, $300, $400, $500, whatever it is. And by the end of the day, all the excess that was brought to the yard sale got sold. Now each person's responsible for bringing their sale of their excess to this place to deposit it in the kitty, which would start the fund for the commonwealth of those who don't have the commonwealth. Now the apostles are there. Are y'all learning today?
We are learning.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely.
And now the people, under the guidance, which is a smart thing, of the apostles, they said, y'all bring it. We're going to let y'all choose. So the apostles are sitting over when they come and they bring the offering. They bring, not the offering, they bring what they're offering for Sidka. And they're looking, and all the people come in, they give earnestly. And Ananias comes, and instantly Ruach HaKodesh quickens the apostles that Ananias is lying. Ananias is lying. Y'all don't believe me? I know we haven't really read the Bible much today, but y'all know we've been in the Bible the whole time, right?
Yes.
Let me help y'all with this one right here. I'm gonna put it on the screen for y'all who are watching online as well. I want y'all to see this one because it's sort of kind of important to pay attention to. Remember, the Ruach HaKodesh told them that an Ananias is lying, right? Why is that? Well, let me show you how that works. Hebrews chapter number 4, verse number 12. Watch. For the word of Elohim is quick, the word of Elohim is powerful, the word of Elohim is sharper than any two-edged sword. It is piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul from spirit and from joints and marrow. And that last verse, y'all, that last part of that verse says, and the word of Elohim, which is why Ruach HaKodesh is hanging out, is a discerner of the thoughts and the intents of the hearts. I'll repeat. And the word of Elohim is a discerner of the thoughts and the intents of the heart. Neither is there any creature that is not made manifest in his sight. But all things are naked and open unto the eyes of them that we have to do with. So they all, the apostles, who all they do is the word. So Ruach HaKodesh is always present, lets them know some of these people coming in their whole heart doing it right. This joker over here, yeah, he lying. Don't come to do a righteous thing unrighteously. In the presence of righteousness, you're going to always stand out like a sore thumb, and you don't know how you're going to stand out like a sore thumb because you think your stuff is under the cloak of your clandestine activity. And so basically what happens is Ananias sells some of his excess, and can we talk about this? Can we talk about? Can I talk about it to y'all like it's supposed to be talked about? I need permission. Ain't enough of y'all talking to me. Facebook, YouTube. Sir. Can we talk about it? Can we talk about it?
Yes.
Okay. So anybody ever went through your stuff in your house around spring cleaning time or maybe even fall? You know, you're trying to clean for the winter come in, and you got all these boxes in storage. You got all these boxes in the closet under your bed, and you ain't touched them in three years. And then you realize that they're cumbering up the place, and you start pulling stuff out. I'm not going to talk about y'all. I'm going to talk about me. Now, I'm not sloppy. I'm very clean. But sometimes we have stuff just sitting around. We ain't touched it in 3, 4, 5 years. We stored it because it mattered at that time. But y'all know the way technology is moving along, some of this stuff we got on paper can be shredded. Just leave that right there. And then you say, well, let me get rid of some of this stuff. And you open up the boxes, excess. Can y'all say excess?
Excess.
Because if these things are tucked away and you're operating off of things that are not these that you've tucked away, this is excess. Because you have a functioning operational scenario of life in front of you. You're not using the stuff. 5 years, you ain't touched it. Now you go in and you pull it out and you open the box and you're like, well, I got to get this stuff out of here. I'm going to give it away to Goodyear or whatever, Goodwill or whatever, you know, Salvation Army or whatever you're going to do. And you like, give it away. And then you start lifting it up and your first couple items, trash, put it in the thing, Goodwill, you know, put it, you know, have the organizations come by and pick it up. We're going to put it over here in this pile. And then after a while, you're like, oh, but then there's this. It's like, you know, I haven't seen this in a long. And now you're getting all sentimental about the stuff you're trying to put away.
Yeah, that's what.
True story.
Exactly. So true.
That mission is actually going to be aborted at this point because now you're throwing less away, holding on to more stuff you still haven't used in 5 years.
You're right.
Get rid of it, people. You've already proven you can start over no matter what you throw away. Get rid of it. That's a prophetic word for me, y'all. Oh, thank you, Father. That's for me. That ain't for y'all. That's for me.
It's for me. I receive it.
That's for me too. I receive it too.
Told y'all I can't teach y'all nothing. I can't live by myself. Listen, so here's the catch. Back to Ananias and Sapphira. Y'all ready?
Yes.
So Ananias and Sapphira, watch this closely. Ananias and Sapphira are in the situation that I was in as well. So I was going to give some things away. And then I started thinking, listen, because of Wish, because of Posh, because of Amazon, I'm like, well, my mind said, give it away, charity. But when I started realizing I'm bougie and the stuff I buy is his eye quality. Oh, his eye, my bad. High quality. And I'm like, I ain't wore it, I ain't had it, I ain't used it, but this stuff is still valuable. And I'm like, maybe I can put it on Wish, maybe I can put it on Posh, maybe I can put it on Amazon, maybe I can, get somebody to help me, sell this, auction this stuff off and make a little bread back on it rather than just give it away since I spent so much bread to get it. Y'all don't want to talk to me. Y'all don't go through this. Y'all don't.
Go on his eye.
Yeah.
Oh, just the prophet and the apostle want to talk. Nobody else goes through this.
No,
You doing good.
yes, I do.
You down my street.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. And then you say, watch this. And here's the sad part. Then you say, I'm going to do this and I'm going to hold these over here in this crate. And that crate still sit there for another 2 years. Still ain't sold it. So, thank you, Karen Paris. Karen gets it. Willie, love you, lady. So listen. She or he is like me. He's like, yo, I got this excess. He's in the church. He's listening to the doctrines of the apostles. I'm talking about Ananias and Sapphira. I'm talking about the church under the doctrine of the apostles who are now demonstrating and manifesting the doctrine of Sidka. And they are about to do it as a group of people separate from the government of the church, yet letting the government of the church help them set up the establishment of this organization. And now what happens? Ananias goes home. He know he got access. He's hearing the people say, yeah, we should do this for the people coming in, because they always, they're asking for stuff. They shouldn't have to ask. They shouldn't have to beg. They're in the kingdom. We got access. We can provide for them. They can have it as long as they're faithful about the kingdom. All right, cool. Let's just do it. We got access, All right, cool. I'm going to give my access. He gets home, starts looking at his access. He's like, I ain't got to give all this up, dude. I mean, I did have, babe, I had been looking at this stuff for so long and shoot, I didn't realize how much stuff we had. I'm going slow so I can bring a point to y'all. I didn't realize how much stuff we had. I'd have made the commitment. Well, we got to give something, but baby, we can hold some of this stuff back. We did say initially we're going to set this whole. So what they basically did, this will be the equivalent of saying, okay, maybe Ananias and Sapphira had 3 storages. We're just going to use an analogy. I'm not saying this is what happened. This is just the way that this could look. So say they got three storages. They said, well, we're going to give that 1 storage away. They agree. They go into that 1 storage, not the other 2. They go into that 1 and they're like, I think this might be too much. But they committed together as a team to give that storage. Then they get into that storage and they're like, well, we did go in. They do see us in the storage. We'll just give half of the proceeds of this storage. And that'll be enough because this stuff is really, ain't nobody else giving that much. I mean, very few, Can y'all see how they're reasoning in their head?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes.
Do not make a vow and then defer from keeping it. Ruach gonna call cap every time. Oh, I'm sorry. People don't know what I'm saying. Do not make a vow and then defer from keeping that vow, especially to anything Elohim and his doctrine, because Ruach HaKodesh is gonna call you a liar to your face. That's what Kepha did when everybody else was bringing their stuff. Ananias was in line. He brought his down and it's like, why have you know what? Let's just read the story. I can give it to y'all. I know it quite well, but I want to make sure y'all get it. Y'all go with that? Let's go to Acts chapter 5. Come on. I'll put it on the screen so y'all can see it. Are y'all okay with this today?
Yes,
Definitely. Yes. So good.
Did y'all know that the church is not responsible for your light bill?
Yes.
Definitely.
Most definitely.
Only the pastor said amen to that.
That's why.
Acts chapter 4. Listen. Let's go to Acts chapter 4. Let me show y'all. Okay. Acts chapter 4. Let's start there. I'm putting it on the screen for y'all to watch. Let's go to Acts chapter 4, verse number 20. Verse 31. And when they had prayed, the place was shaken where they were assembled together, and they were filled with Ruach HaKodesh, and they spake the word of Elohim with boldness. Verse 32. And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and of one soul. Neither said any of them that anything of the things which they possessed was his own. Is that the church or the people in the church, y'all? I'm going to repeat it. And the multitude of them that believed, maybe, do I need to read up some more for this for y'all?
Yes.
I got to read up some more for y'all. Okay.
It's the thing.
I'm going to go up to verse number, I'm going to be nice. I'm going to read the whole chapter. And as they spake unto the people, the priests and the captains of the temple and the Sadducees came upon them, but they grieved that they taught the people and preached through Yeshua the resurrection from the dead. Right? Verse 3. And they laid their hands on them and put them in hold until the next day, for it was eventide. Howbeit, many of them which heard the word believed, and the number of the men were about 5,000. Can y'all say 5,000 men?
5,000.
5,000 men.
This is why I tell y'all you got to read in context, not just the content you want to make your point. I'm going to make a point with the content, but I want you to read the content in context. Can y'all say 5,000 men ended up believing? I'm going to read it again because I don't think y'all believe me. Verse 1. And they spake unto the people, and they spake to the priests. Verse 1. And they spake to the captain of the temple, and they spake to the Sadducees, and they came upon them, and they were grieved, those captains, priests, and Sadducees, that the people, the disciples, taught the people and preached through Yeshua the resurrection from the dead. Verse 3. And they, the apostles, laid hands on them and put them, and they, the Sadducees, Pharisees, and captain of the temple, laid hands on the apostles and put them in jail. Verse 4. Howbeit, many of the people which already heard the word believed. How many of them was it, y'all, that believed now?
5,000.
5,000 men.
Verse 5. And it came to pass on the morrow that their rulers, the elders and the scribes, can y'all say the church?
The church.
No, not the church. Get the R out of there. Get the R out of there. Put the church. The church. And Annas, the high priest, and Caiaphas, and Yochanan, and Alexander, and as many as were of the kindred of the high priest were gathered together at Jerusalem. And when they had set them in the midst of them, they asked, by what power and by what name have you all preached this stuff to these 5,000 people? Verse 8, Peter, Kepha, filled with Ruach HaKodesh. If he filled with Ruach HaKodesh, what else was he filled with for Ruach HaKodesh to be there? Pop quiz.
That word.
I love y'all. That's so good. That's so good. That's so good. And then Kepha, filled with Ruach HaKodesh, said unto them, you rulers of the people, and elders of Israel, if we be examined, if we this day be examined of the good deed done to the impotent man, by what means is he made whole? Be it known unto you all and all the people of Israel, that by the name of Yeshua HaMashiach of Nazarene, whom you crucified, whom Elohim raised from the dead, even by him doth this man stand here before you made whole. Verse 11, this is the stone which was set at naught of the builders, which is become the head of the corner. Neither is there salvation in any other name, Mr. High Priest Gadok Kohanim. For there is none other name under heaven given among men whereby we must be saved. Now, Now, when they saw the boldness of Peter and Yochanan, and they perceived that they were unlearned and ignorant men, they marveled. Something happened. So they knew that Yochanan and Kepha were not of the elite, educated people of the community. But what they were speaking was hitting their heart. Somebody say it hit different. Say it hit different.
It hit different.
So when the educated religious leaders of the church heard that Kepha was speaking some stuff that they could not refute, verse 13. Now, when they saw the boldness of Kepha and Yochanan, they perceived that they were unlearned, ignorant men. They marveled at the power of their words, and they took knowledge of them that they had been with Yeshua. They talked just like that man we crucified. Verse 14. And beholding the man which was healed, standing right there next to him, guess what, y'all? They could say nothing against what Kepha and Yochanan just said.
Right.
Verse 15. Are y'all following? If y'all following, y'all tracking this out, say I'm following.
I'm following.
It's gonna get good too.
It's about, and we're not even where we're supposed to be yet. Watch.
Right.
Verse 15 says, but when they commanded them to go aside out of the council, they did this in the corner, in the booth, in the back, in the table, in the dark. But when they commanded them to go aside out of the council, they conferred amongst themselves, saying, what shall we do to these men? For that indeed a notable miracle hath been done by them is manifest to all them that dwell in Jerusalem. We can't even deny this. Shoot. Dag nabbit. Verse 17. But it spread no further among the people. We can't even deny it. Verse 17, verse 16. But we cannot even deny it. But that it spread no further among the people, let us straightly threaten them that they speak henceforth to no man in that man's name. What man's name, y'all?
Yeshua.
Verse 18, and they called them over and commanded them to speak no longer or teach no more in the name of Yeshua. But Kepha and Yochanan answered and said unto them, look, whether it's right in your sight, whether it be right in the sight of Elohim to hearken unto you more than unto Elohim, you judge. For we cannot but speak the things which we have seen and we have heard. Verse 21. So when they had further threatened them, they let them go, finding nothing how they might punish them by, because of the people sitting there like, yo, bro, y'all coming for them for real? You know that the dude sitting here, he's right. You see the man, you know the man sitting right here. Now, we all know this man was lame. For all men then, look at verse 21 again, y'all. Come on, read the story right. So when they had further threatened them, they had let them go, finding nothing how they might punish them by, because of the people. For all men glorified Elohim for that which was done. Verse 22. For the man was above 40 years old, on whom this miracle of healing was showed. Everybody knew this man for 40 years. Verse 23. And being let go, they went to their own company, and they reported all that the chief priests, the chief apostles, the right reverends, the educated theologians, I'm sorry, y'all, my bad. The chief priests and the elders had said to them, them jokers try to put us in jail because dude got his body healed. Verse 24. And when they heard that, they lifted up their voice to Elohim with one accord and said, Yah Adonai, thou art Elohim, which has made heaven and earth and the sea and all that in them is, who by the mouth of your servant David have said, why did the heathen rage and the people imagine vain things? The kings of the earth stood up and the rulers were gathered together against the Adonai and against his Mashiach. For of a truth, against the holy child Yeshua, whom you have anointed, both Herod and Pontius Pilate, with the Gentiles and the people of Israel, they gathered together for to do whatever your hand and your counsel determined before to be done. And now, Adonai, behold their threatenings. Grant unto your servants that with all boldness they may speak your word, by stretching forth your hand to heal, and that signs and wonders may be done by the name of thy holy child, Yahshua HaMashiach. Verse 31, and when they had prayed, the place was shaken where they were assembled together. How many of them, y'all, was there?
5,000.
5,000 men. 5,000 men.
See how quick y'all almost forgot? Pay attention. And when they had prayed, the place was shaken. They were filled with Ruach HaKodesh, and they spake with word of Elohim with boldness. Verse 32. And the multitude of them that believed were of one heart and one soul. Neither said any of them, how many of y'all? How many of them was it, y'all?
5,000 men.
So by the time they got filled with the Holy Spirit, Ruach HaKodesh, because they have accepted the word that Yochanan and Kepha had been speaking, watch this. Verse 32, the multitude of them believed were with one heart, one soul. Oh, how good and pleasant is for brethren to dwell together in unity. All right. Neither said any of them that all of the things in which he or she possessed was their own, but they had all things common. What? Can y'all say commonwealth?
Commonwealth.
Commonwealth.
And with great power gave the apostles a witness of the resurrection of Yeshua HaMashiach, and great grace was upon 3 of them.
All 5,000.
All of them.
I'm going to read it again because only 3 of us caught that. Verse 33, and with great power gave the apostles a witness of the resurrection power of Yeshua HaMashiach, and great grace, great power fell upon 3 of them.
All 5,000.
Neither was there any among them that lacked. For as many as were possessors of lands and of houses, the people sold their lands and houses in excess and brought the prices of those things that were sold, and they laid them at the apostles' feet, not for the apostles to consume.
Wait a minute now.
Let me
So
look y'all in your eyeballs while he asked this question. Go ahead, ask the question, Prophet Mike.
Are you trying to say?
I'm not trying to say nothing. You just read it. Go ahead.
Apostle man.
What you want, Prophet man?
They didn't take their light bill money to give to the church, as you say. Are you trying to say that it wasn't bill money they was giving away? That they didn't really?
This was excess. This was their excess, and this wasn't to the church.
And it wasn't to the church.
They brought this because of how they had been being taught to the apostles to say, you're teaching Sidka, show us how to do Sidka. Oh, y'all lost. I'm sorry. You're teaching, listen, you're teaching charity. Show us, apostles, how to do charity. Look at the passage.
Yeah.
Look, verse 33 again. Pay attention, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Y'all want to see this? Look at the Bible. Verse 33, and with great power gave the apostles a witness of the resurrection of Yeshua HaMashiach, and great grace was upon them all. Neither was there any of them that lacked, for all who were possessors, all who had something. If you ain't got nothing, stop giving your money away.
I imagine all 10 of your toes was down when you said that.
Bruh, heels too. And I leaned in like I'm about to do a football tackle. I'm looking at everybody right in your eyeballs. If you ain't got nothing, don't give nothing. This said, all of them that were possessors of stuff gave of their excess. I'm blinking because I want y'all to know your camera didn't freeze. See my eyes blinking? That's just proof that the camera didn't freeze. This isn't a buffering situation. I didn't make this up. Did I write this script? Did I write this script?
You did not.
You did, and I'm sitting here shook.
Listen, verse 34. Neither was any of them among them that they lacked. So everybody who was following the kingdom principles of Torah was already prosperous. For as many as were possessors of lands and houses sold them and brought the prices of those things that were sold and laid them down at the apostles' feet. Did it say they sold their main residence?
It did not.
No, it didn't.
Great sticky point.
Did they say this was a tithe?
It did not.
No.
Did they say this was a high holy day feast offering?
It did not.
No.
Did it say that they gave to charity their high holy day feast offerings?
No.
Did it say they gave this day their tithing? So they still kept their businesses, they kept their home, they just had extras because they were a prosperous people. If you ain't got nothing, you can't give nothing.
Amen.
Sorry. Look at what it said. Neither was there any among them that lacked. All were possessors. All of them were possessors of land. They were possessors of houses. And they brought the prices of those things that were sold. And they laid them down at the apostles' feet. And then distribution was made unto every man according as every man in their congregation. How many of them was in there, y'all?
5,000.
5,000.
Think there's a lot of think there's a lot of needs out there?
Yes.
So they said now that these people have just gotten converted. Many of the people that were with them were already prosperous. And then so now that they got these new converts because they done messed around and made this miracle known, Caiaphas and the boys is mad at them. These people are now following them in their doctrine, same place. And they decided to say, hey, we got these people coming in. They got to have a commonwealth. We got some excess. They laid down this stuff at the apostles' feet. They made distribution. The apostles did not put it in their pockets. Let me look at y'all on my eyeballs again. The apostles did not take what was put down there and put it in their pockets personally.
Prophet Michael, moderators.
I'm blinking, see? You didn't freeze.
Pause for effect.
The apostles did not step and stomp all over the money on top of the actual steps leading up to the stage. They laid it at the apostles' feet so that distribution could be made in integrity to the converts who have come into the faith so that everybody could have a commonwealth in the kingdom lifestyle of Elohim in the earth.
Yeah, that's valuable.
So now he goes on to say, verse number 35, and they laid down that at the apostles' feet, and distribution was made unto every man according as that man had need. And Jose, who by the apostles was surnamed Barnabas, that is, being interpreted, the son of consolation, he was a Levite, and he was of the country of Cyprus. He had land, he sold it, and he brought that land and laid it at the apostles' feet. That's a Levite, y'all. Pay attention to the storyline. What's wrong with that?
He's part of the church.
What is a Levite doing selling out?
He's not supposed to have land.
He's not supposed to have land.
No, it's not that. No. That's not true. He is not supposed to be, as a Levite, honoring what these boys are talking about.
Correct.
Say it again. Say it again.
Yeah, say it again.
Please do.
He is a Levite. That's temple worship. That's the job of all Levites. Levi, as a people, have one job. They are to maintain all things tabernacle. By this time, all things temple. They are not supposed to be sold on what Yochanan and what Kepha just did. They're supposed to be following the boys who pulled them to the side and threatened them.
Right.
Maybe I'm not making sense. Do you think it is just an abstract ad of this specificity at this time when the Levites are responsible for crucifying Yeshua, who Yochanan and Kepha preach, who are now threatened, don't preach in that man's name? And now this man, Barnabas, surnamed by the apostles, so Barnabas can't be easily identified by other Levites who now know this Levite done turned on him. Why y'all think Barnabas and Paul? This is a whole nother story. I don't want to go here yet. Ruach, do I have to go here? No. Okay, thank you. So why you think Barnabas and Paul had arguments? Because most of y'all didn't pay attention to the fact that Barnabas was a Levite.
Wow.
The Levite is all things tabernacle, all things temple worship under the Gadol Kohanim. Who's a Levite? This man has turned on temple worship. He went, because the Levites can have stuff. They can possess stuff. It wasn't like the Levites when the tithing came into the church. The actual tithing was how Yahweh paid the Levites. So the Levites saved their money and they could get property. They just did not get an inheritance. But they wasn't like they couldn't buy property, couldn't buy a car, couldn't buy a goat, couldn't buy camels, couldn't buy. That ain't it. But the Levites are temple structured for purpose. This joker, this guy, not a joker, this guy has now come over to Kepha and with Yochanan and James and Mary Magdalene. He didn't came over to Yeshua. See what I mean when you don't read the story in context? You just start preaching stuff and you think you can fly with it. That's probably not impressive to anybody but me. And probably impressive. Prophet Mike.
This was good.
But I didn't write the script. It's right there. Y'all do see it does say Levite in your Bible. My Bible says Levite. Let me look at it, put it on the screen so y'all can make sure y'all see it. Because maybe it said Lucy. I don't know if it said Lucy. Okay. Oh, mine says Levite, and he was of the country of Cyprus. He had land. It didn't say he had a heritage because Israel did not give the Levites a heritage, but it wasn't like the Levites getting their pay for doing tabernacle temple worship did not make money and have a savings. They could buy what they wanted. So the Levite, having land, having experienced this, he went, understanding Sidkah, sold his land in excess and brought the money and laid it at the apostles' feet. All right, before I go to chapter 5, which is why we're here. moderators, I think, was it Prophet Mike that said he had a question?
Yes, sir.
Go.
I just want to know, do we understand that what's happening with the apostles right now in Acts is actually what you taught earlier with Boaz and Ruth? It's the same thing of him giving his access, which in turn blessed him.
Say it again.
Oh, yeah, because I had the phone. I'm sorry. I just want us to understand. I wonder, do we realize that what was happening with the 5,000 and the apostle, with them taking their access, Boaz did the same thing. He gave access. The access of his field, like you say, she gleaned.
Mm-hmm.
He gave his access
to a convert.
To a convert. That's the part I want to hit. To a convert.
He gave access.
Access.
And in return, it blessed him.
He gave access based on his excess.
Yes.
Watch.
Do we see? Okay.
Watch.
Go ahead, sir.
Watch. Boaz gave access to a convert. He did not give her access to his harvest. He gave her access to his excess, because the harvest is his glean, is his harvest. What he got after that was the excess.
Yep, that's
good. Yeah.
It is so quiet on YouTube, so quiet on Facebook. Oh, we're losing viewers. I don't know if that's a camera issue or people just walking off, but that's cool. We're here for lifestyle people anyway. People just passing through. That's cool. Anybody out there on YouTube? Anybody out there on YouTube and on Facebook? Hold on. Anybody out there on YouTube and Facebook? If y'all here for the lifestyle, type it in. I'm here for the lifestyle. Matter of fact, just say it's a lifestyle for me.
It's a lifestyle for me.
It's a lifestyle for me.
It's my lifestyle.
A lifestyle for me.
For me.
It's a lifestyle for me.
It's a lifestyle for me. Come on, type it in. I'm gonna put it in myself. It's a lifestyle for me. Y'all check your mics on Clubhouse. It's a lifestyle for me.
It's a lifestyle for me.
There y'all go. Good job.
It's a lifestyle.
It's definitely a lifestyle.
It is a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle for me. Gatlin said stop. What's Gatlin saying stop for? What's she stopping about? Stop being funny. Stop telling my jokes today. Okay, so Gatlin said I can't tell my jokes.
It's a lifestyle for me.
There you go. It's a lifestyle for me. Gatlin, why I gotta stop? I can't tell my jokes no more. Stick Gatlin. Gatlin like, stay in the Torah, sir. Yes, man. Yes, man. All right, listen, let's go. Come on. Let's get into this. I want y'all to show y'all something. That's it. Come on. That's it. I see your Facebook. I see your YouTube. That's it. Type it in. It's a lifestyle for me. I see y'all. There y'all go. Watch this. Look at this next part. Watch this next part. Let's go to chapter 5 now. So I'm going to do this from chapter 4, verse number 36. Jose, who by the apostles was surnamed Barnabas, which is being interpreted the son of consolation, who is a Levite and of the country of Cyprus. Having land, indicting, he went back into Cyprus, sold that land, and brought the money and laid it at the apostles' feet. He didn't put it into the tithe. He didn't put it into the offerings. Watch. Chapter 5. But, look at this. So y'all can look at it. But a certain man named Ananias with Sapphira, his wife. They sold a possession and they kept back part of the price. His wife was also privy to what he'd done and brought a certain part of the proceeds and laid that at the apostles' feet. Y'all know how many people fake it with these feasts and fake it with these tithing. Minister Walker gonna laugh at me because I said I wasn't gonna say this again. But Yahweh had to really chastise me, because what I would do, and when we first started ministry, now this of course is not tithing and offering, so let me make sure we disconnect the two. This is the church doing something for the community. This is the members of the church. These are the citizens of this kingdom post doing something for their neighborhood's welfare and well-being. It is not the church government where they render their tithes, where they render their offerings. This is a separate entity who is teaching, because of great grace, the concept of charity, tzedakah. Got it? However, this reminds me of how people fake it, like Ananias is doing right here. They see that everybody in the group said, yeah, we're going to do this. Yeah, we're going to do this. And everybody's like, they doing it. You know, Barnabas went up and got some property. The other guys went and got this stuff. Somebody else sold some artwork, whatever else they went and sold. And they all came back and brought it. And just to say you got in line to do it doesn't mean you're the weakest link in it. And so many people, I want to tell y'all this, and this is Ruach telling me to give y'all, a word of confirmation. If you're not going to be about it, don't talk about it, because talking about it will get you in a position where you dress up like it, perpetrating a fraud. Ananias, because he didn't want to be out of the great grace of the community he's in, he just looked like he was really committed. Many of y'all, many people, you know, when it comes to these feasts, or they come to whatever it is, they're like, as long as they got in the line. So in our ministry years ago, I used to say, Yahweh, I don't really care about the people tithing and offering. That's between them and you, right? If anything goes wrong with this church, it'll be something that me and my company will fall back on and make sure that we bring the company, the church out of debt or into whatever it needs, right? So I would go and say, okay, so people didn't feel weird about not having an offering. I would have the ushers pass out envelopes, which was very popular at that day. And they would pass out the envelopes to everybody who came in. Every program had an envelope in it. So everybody had an envelope. Now, whether you filled that envelope, wrote it out, your charge, your credit, whatever on the back, your debit or whatever on the back of it, or whether you put cash in it or a check in it or not, that was between you and Elohim. But at offering time, everybody turned your envelope back in. I mean, it got to the point, you know, I'm gonna tell you the truth, that some of the envelopes, we had so much not written on the envelopes. Some of the envelopes were pristine and clean. We just recycle them for next week's service, child. Listen.
I know where you're going.
You know where I'm going with this, right? So people would be like, oh, we coming for the feast. We're gonna do the feast. And we give envelopes out to everybody. And so that everybody can get, because there are certain feasts you do a wave offering. And when you bring that envelope down, and you won't have the wave offering in it, but because you brought the envelope, you think you can slip in on the blessing of having your envelope waved. And if you felt like you were bold enough to come to Elohim like that, I will let you put your envelope in that box. And before we wave the whole box, the whole envelope before Elohim, that's between you and Elohim that you lied to him out front. But I waved what you told me to wave.
Yes.
Only those of us who sit behind the walls, and only the staff who did the accounting and the ARAP and did the offering, the finance committee, they be like, Apostle, we got this amount of envelopes left over that never got written on or anything. So we like, okay, cool, put them in circulation for next week. I don't even want to know. I don't want to know who they are. I don't want nothing. I don't want to care who it is. That's between you and Elohim. And many people are like Ananias. As long as you give them an envelope, they're going to get in the line like they are in compliance. Y'all know the word will call you out in a minute, right? The word called Cap real quick. Look at verse 1. Okay, I'm off of that. Y'all don't be like Ananias. You hear me? Look at this. Minister Walker, was I wrong for saying that? Should I have said that?
No, it's the truth.
It is the truth. It is the truth.
In many different churches too.
Mm-hmm. But verse number 1 says, but a certain man named Ananias with his wife Sapphira kept back part of the price, his wife also being privileged to that information, and brought a certain part and laid it at the apostles' feet. But when Kepha said, Ananias, why has Satan filled your heart to lie to Ruach HaKodesh? Because you're not lying to us. You're not lying to the people who need this charity. You lying to the Holy Spirit who reminded you to do this kind of charity. Pausing for effect. I'm going to say it again. Ananias, why are you lying to Ruach HaKodesh? It ain't like you lying to us. Or lying to the people who need the charity that this was set up for. You're lying to him who reminded you to do the charity that the kingdom operates under. Why would you lie to Ruach HaKodesh? Forget lying to them. You ain't lying to us. You're not lying to the people. You lying to Ruach HaKodesh that you're going to do what he said do, and you got in line like you doing what he said to do. Ananias, why you lying to Ruach HaKodesh? Why are you grieving Ruach HaKodesh? Okay, let me go back to the word, y'all. Verse 5. He says, verse 3, why have you allowed Satan to fill your heart and lie to Ruach HaKodesh and then keep back part of the price of the land? Now, how did Kepha know this? Could that be because of Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12?
Right there.
Yep.
Do y'all remember why we read Hebrews 4:12? Can anybody go there real quick? Anybody fast enough to get there for me without me have to wait for y'all a long time? I'm gonna try to pause for a couple seconds. Can anybody get back to Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12 before we come back to Acts chapter 5? Can anybody get to Hebrews 4:12? Who's there? Veronica, go. Read chapter 4, verse 12. Hebrews, go. I thought she was there.
I'm sorry, I had it on mute.
Go.
For the word of Elohim is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. So we all know that Kepha and the apostles that were there, all of them were deep and steeped and filled with the word. So Ruach HaKodesh is there because he hastens to the word. So the word is discerning out of Peter. Ananias is fronting. Verse 4. We're in Acts chapter 5, verse 4 now. While it remained, was it not yours, Ananias? Yes. And after it was sold, was not the proceeds yours and in your power? Yes. So why have you conceived this thing in your heart that thou hast not lied unto men? Let me read verse 4 again, because I want y'all to get it in context. While the property was in your hand, Ananias, was it your own? Yes, it was. And after you sold it, Ananias, was it not in your own power? Yes, it was. Why have you conceived this thing in your heart, Ananias? You have not lied to men, bro. You've lied to Elohim, who is the reason you did this action. Verse 5. And Ananias, hearing the words, fell down. He was slain technically in the spirit. Y'all be careful talking about I was slain in the spirit, because this was slain in the spirit looked like.
Wow, that part.
Ain't nobody calling for napkin ministry on that.
This is what slaying in the spirit look like. No, we don't need a napkin ministry. We need the shroud ministry now. You heard me. There's a big difference in a napkin ministry and a shroud ministry. Y'all didn't find that? I thought that was hilariously funny. Nobody.
Yeah, that's funny.
I love Sabbath. It is real life stuff. Nobody thought it was funny but us, Prophet Mike and Elder Rogers. I don't know why. This is being slain in the spirit.
This is being slain by the spirit.
Help me, Ruah. This is not, y'all not, they are not laughing.
That's like slapping the spirit.
But they're not laughing, Apostle. Listen, I don't understand why they're not getting it. They're like, yeah, I don't like that because I could be Ananias very easily. My bad, y'all. Listen.
That's the part that makes it funny.
That's the part that makes us quiet. Look, so and guys, I'm just having fun, guys. Please, y'all, don't. Just, we're having fun. The word of Elohim, I think, is hilarious. It's funny, and the fact that it's funny is it's truth, because you know, hey, we've all been there, right? So look. Verse 5, again, look at what Ananias has done. Listen, verse 5. Look at what happened. Acts 5, verse 4. Look at what happened. Acts 5:5. Ananias, hearing these words, he fell down and gave up the ghost. And great fear came on all of them that heard these things. And the young men arose. This is a different kind of napkin ministry, y'all. They wound him up and they carried him out to bury him. And it was about the space of 3 hours when his wife, not knowing what had been done, came in. Kepha again answered it unto her and says, tell me, Sapphira, how you, whether you sold the land for so much money. And she said, yeah, we sold it for so much. Kepha said unto her, how is it that you have agreed together to tempt Adonai? Behold, pay attention, dear heart. Look, just look, open your eyes. Look, see them? They just buried your husband. And the very same feet and hands that carried your husband out 3 hours ago are going to carry you out. Just so you're not confused that this wasn't the devil that killed you. We want you to know what brought this demise and discontinuation of your life before you leave here. Now, y'all think I'm being ridiculously, humorous here. But you can't look at that any other kind of way.
At all.
No, you can't.
Keep saying, I don't want you to think this is the devil attacking you. It's the devil. The devil's attacking me. He's going to try to kill me. I'm running. You can't run from this, dear heart. The same feet that carried your husband out of here 3 hours ago for the same lie you just told are going to carry you out. I just want you to know what's happening. And there you go.
Wow. That's valuable.
Wanda,
Go ahead, Wanda.
could this have gone another way?
I'm sure it could have. They didn't lie. I mean,
Even for her,
clearly,
could it have gone another way?
well, I don't know where you're going, but I can tell you what I understand. A liar shall not tarry in his sight.
Ew.
Ooh, that's. Yeah, I've often wondered if she had not lied, if she had not gone along with it, would the outcome been different? That's all.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I great question for the group. I'm going to say yes, because he brought the money. She knew what he did. She just got there, unaware that he's dead. Didn't have a chance to hear that her husband is dead and say, you know what, y'all apostles, listen, everybody in the community, look, my husband did this. I'm so sorry he did it. And I knew, but I should have said something. Confession is good for the soul. But this chick got asked, not knowing the gig was up. And she said what she said.
Minister Walker.
And the wage of lying is lying a sin?
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Yes.
And the wage of sin is 6 men carrying you out to meet your husband.
He went night-night.
Everybody go night-night. Okay, we're having fun. I love lifestyle. This is fun for me. Apostle, go ahead. Apostle Walker, go.
Yeah, I just need to ask the question. Why was she 3 hours behind him?
See,
why didn't they go in together?
She knew, and he went. Apparently, you know, I don't know, but there was some conversations in another debate I had in school with a group was that he went and concluded the sale, and she had knowledge of what he had done, what he was going to offer. I don't know why she was 3 hours behind him, but I know the significance of the number 3. Put it that way.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it seems funny, you know, married couple, but they go to render the sitka. Separately. You know, they don't give it together.
I don't think that was the case. I think she came to meet him to do it.
Right.
You know what I mean? They agreed to be there.
He had gone already.
Yeah, he had already gone, and she might have been, you know, I don't know.
Yeah. And also, it's different when you plot.
She might have, she might have had half the money buying a new Fendi bag, and she said, "I'll meet you over there when I get the Fendi."
You know, I was thinking that. I was like, she probably was playing.
That is eisegetics, guys. That is subjective. That is eisegetic. I will claim that right now. That is subjective. We are not.
It is. Just have fun.
That is funny.
And the reason it's eisegetic is because I don't think Fendi was made back then. I'm just playing.
Okay.
I love Sabbath, y'all. I have so much fun doing Shabbat, going through the word and listening and thinking about the stuff that is done and we do ourselves. And it's like, can anybody see yourselves in this story? Honestly. Yeah. Honestly, could anybody at any point in your Christian walk see yourself in this story? Because I see me in there.
I don't want to. But
I'm the only one that's going to confess that? No, we don't want to confess it, but we need to.
No, I said it.
Nope. I don't see me. I was him before. I'll be honest.
Real talk. And it don't.
See. Amen.
And it don't matter who you are. That's why I'm trying to tell Christians, stop fronting. When Yahweh shows you something, when you read this story, technically Ruach is talking to you like Paul is talking to Sapphira. And sometimes we like, ooh, shame on them. They should not have done that. And you doing the same damnable thing. The word is a discerner of the hearts and the intents. And I will not sit here and lie to anybody. I have been Ananias. Shoot, I'm a straight man. I won't even lie to you. I've been Sapphira.
Very true.
Y'all don't want to talk to me today. It's okay. Y'all don't want to talk to me today. Okay. Now, the latter part, I've also been Kepha. So I understand this story too well. And you can be.
Well, you talking right.
And you know why I'm able to be Kepha? Because I've been Ananias and I've been Sapphira. Gain, no gain. Y'all not going to talk to me today. It's all right. See, if you've been about that life, you know that life when it comes. You like now. Keeper got it from Ruach HaKodesh. We have the benefit of having the storyline and Ruach HaKodesh, but if you've also been a part of that by mistake or by purpose, you know game when game comes, and you can sense that in spirit. Y'all are not going to give me no love for that one right there. So I'm gonna drink my water and get over my feelings being hurt.
I'm convicted. Oh, you know.
That's deeper than we give thought to, actually.
Yes, that's right.
Men speak a lot of truth.
And we think that, and because nobody, and you know what? No, I'm confessing. You ain't got to, but y'all do know confession is good for the soul. And you don't have to do that on this platform. We're not telling you to confess. I kept back my offering. I kept back tithing. No, we're not telling you to confess that. We just saying confess. It could be me. You know, there's actually a passage in the writ that sort of kind of supports that. Does anybody know it? No?
Repeat about holding back your offering or tithes.
No, not that part.
Yolanda, is it the one about restoring your brother, or you may find yourself
A little bit, yeah.
Confess your faults.
Well, yeah, that's in there too. But hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Yes, if your brother, if you got fault. I think I got it. Hold on. I can quote it, but I want y'all to read it so y'all don't think I just made it up. I'm coming. I know I'm taking some time here, but I want y'all to see it for yourselves. And I know right where it's at too. Okay. How did I miss that? Galatians chapter 6. My bad, y'all. I was thinking James. Let's go to Galatians chapter 6. Are y'all okay? Y'all didn't get lost because I wasn't. We had a little stall there, right?
Yeah. You're here.
Can we go to Galatians chapter 6? Come on. Verse 1. Put it on the screen for y'all right now to read it. Here it is. This is the proof of that. Check yourself. Even in moments like this, that you might be reading about stories that are already done and over with, it makes me check myself. Another great thing about introspection and Sabbath. He says, brothers, if a man be overtaken in a fault, you which are spiritual, restore one another in the spirit of meekness, and consider yourself, lest you also be tempted. So when you find yourself, hearing these types of things and remembering these things, and then you're brought to what we're doing right now, that point of not trying to bring condemnation. I'm bringing confession for myself. Yahweh, I'm sitting here remembering one time I did it. I'm like, and it was, oh my goodness, when was this? It had to be, I think it was night, because I just moved. I'm not going to say where, I'm not going to say when, but I had just moved, and I was at a place that was doing the whole prophetic thing, and I wanted to be in on the blessing, and I didn't have the amount suggested. So I put it in a check form, right? So nobody reads the check form, and even if it was cashed, you know, they could see if it was ones and fives or whatever, because the amount was, I was in the preacher section. Can I confess, y'all?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
See, that's the spirit of nosy. I rebuke the spirit of nosy right now in the name. All right, so listen. I'm in the preacher section. You know, they got us sectioned off in the VIP seating, and I'm not in the back where just everybody is. I'm a part of the coalition, all right? And I'm a part of the circuit. And I had just moved, and I got my name and title and prestige, and people know me and all this, but I didn't really have it. And I wanted to be in on this because I just moved, you know. I'm sowing money because I sow. I love to sow, right? But this time the prophet was there, and he sort of kind of got my attention a little bit. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, well, God, you know my heart, right? And so this is how I, you know, you learn some things just ain't of God. Because if the finger of God is going to point you in a direction to do something, the hand of God is going to support you. All right. So check your mics. So I'm sitting there, and it went forward. Check your mics, please. And I'm sitting there, and it went forward. And I'm sitting there, and the word went forward. And I pull out, and I don't have it all. And because I don't have it all, you know, I write a check, because everybody, the preachers on the rostrums, the pulpiteers on the rostrum, all stood up instantly. It was back in the day when, you know, $1,000 line, $5,000 line, $10,000 line, 500 line, and the rest of y'all get a 20 and get your best offering come up. It was back in the days when that was really, really prevalent. Y'all remember them days?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And so what had happened and took place and conspired was I was up there, and I couldn't look like I wasn't down with it. I mean, I did help bring him in. I did give the offering to make his honorarium right, you know, but at the end of the day, now he called for an offering under the spirit. And so I'm like, okay, well, and I do need it. And he made this real compelling case. I am not coming against him or for him. And I knew I didn't have that amount, you know. It was a big amount. And the pulpiteers, you know, had to look like they were sowing. So all of us stood. I don't know how many did what I did, but I do know that there are many that have done what I've done. And Ananias is similarly like that. So I wrote out the check, and it was like maybe a third of what was asked for. Now, mind you, in that section, we ain't talking about, this ain't the $200 line, just for the record. And I wrote out about a third because I knew I didn't have the whole. And then you were under that doctrine that says, if it don't meet the need, then it's a seed. And that's my indoctrination. But I was wrong, because the need I was trying to meet was the offering to get the blessing that they were talking about and preaching. Y'all don't want to talk to me. I'm confessing. And you figure, well, if I write a check, nobody know what I'm giving. And when I go up there, it'll look like, yeah, that's how they give. And I propagated and I perpetuated that narrative. I had to repent for that. I laugh about it to this day. But I never make a vow to Elohim that I don't feel like I shouldn't contend. And that's not what ended that story. When I got back in my car, I was so convicted that, you know, I went ahead and made sure within the next few weeks, because I knew I had a deal closing, I would make sure I honored that payment, that vow. And I'm not making myself out to be no, you know, oh, he's so integral. I didn't get convicted until I got in my car and got home. I'm like, okay, well, it is what it is. Get me on the blessing plan. All of y'all come down here right now. We're gonna pray for y'all. And they prayed, and I'm like, oh, did everything that was being done. And I got in the car. I'm like, that's so fake. And I'm like, you know what, Yahweh, I'm receiving that. I'm gonna make sure I get it back in. I'll just send it because I knew the office, I knew the man, and I took it to the office myself and said, hey, this was like 3 weeks later or something like that, and gave the balance of that to them. I confess.
Interesting.
It was weird because there was some joke I heard the other day, and I'm not going to group nobody in this call into this joke, but y'all okay with hearing a small joke, even though it's going to be about, churchy stuff?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because I'm feeling a certain kind of way right now. I don't know who I can trust here. All right, here we go. There was these guys that went on this fishing excursion, 3 of them. And they went on this excursion. Just so happened that they all on this particular fishing excursion didn't know each other, but through conversation found out that they were all 3 pastors in the same city. And of course, look what God has done. And so they were out there fishing for a few hours and then having conversations about this, that, or the other. Moderators, please check my screens. And they're out there and they're fishing. And after a couple hours, one of them said, you know what, man, bro, man, can we just, drop our titles and stuff and just be brothers and talk, just be men, forget who we are and all that stuff, just be men. I just want to get something off my chest. I just want to confess, man. Just can we just be brothers? And they're like, yeah. Well, let's do that. So the first guy said, man, look, I just want to confess, man. I love God and everything, but man, I'm still struggling, man. I'm struggling hard. I ain't gonna lie, I'm still struggling with porn, and my wife we married, we good and everything, but she go to bed and I'll be sitting back up all night and watching porn at night and everything like that. So I'm still struggling with porn. He's like, okay. He told his story. One guy said, yeah, man, you know what, man, I ain't gonna mess with you too, man. I be struggling too sometimes because, I struggle because, I'm still, dealing with, a lot of other things that's associated with some kind of gambling and stuff like that. So I'm struggling with that too, man. And they like feeling head down and feeling sort of kind of free. And the other brother, he took a minute. They're like, come on, man, you got to talk, bro. We didn't all confessed our stuff. We just confessing here like brothers, in the faith, and we trying to, encourage each other and everything. He's like, yeah. I hear you, man. I'm gonna confess, man. Look, I struggle with gossip because I know I'm having a hard time waiting to get off this boat.
That's
and my shell make it off the boat.
I'm struggling. I'm having a hard time because I can't wait to get off this boat. I'm gonna confess. I got my jokes be funnier than y'all saying amen to, but okay, it's fine. So that's why y'all not gonna get me to confess a whole bunch of stuff because I know some of y'all still struggling with gossip. And y'all can't wait to get off this broadcast. Just messing, guys.
Do y'all notice how long he took to make that little cast that little shade on some nose?
Yeah. That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I love y'all to life. I promise you. Karen said, man overboard. Yeah, that's what's going to happen to him too. I wonder what happened. Did they lay hands on the brother to help him with his deliverance?
That's what I asked. Did you even make it off the boat?
Did they lay hands on this man to help him with his deliverance?
Talk about walking on water.
Shanda, he did not walk on water, I promise you.
Maybe they got hold of the spirit of Nicolaitans.
Yeah, I don't get the connection. I'm not even gonna act like I get. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not struggling with lying. I don't.
Bribery. That's all bribery.
Oh, the extortion. Okay. Thank you. You know, you enlightened me. You enlightened me. Thank you, Elder. See, iron sharpen iron. There you go. But I was lost. Like, what does Nickelodeon have to do with this? No. Anyway, you know what does Nickelodeon?
Nickelodeon, yes. Oh, nothing.
I just realized what you said.
Oh, Father, you got to help me.
I think I'm home.
Just get on my bus, man. It'll be all right.
Never again. Trust me. That no. So the point to this is, let's go back to Acts chapter 5. When we get to verse number 4, and I want y'all to realize this, because we will blame the church for a lot of stuff, and we're blaming the church for stuff the church ain't supposed to do. I just sat and listened to a woman. Someone sent me some stuff this morning of a prophetess, screaming and crying about how the church has let the people down, and the church won't do this, and the church won't do that, and the church won't do the other. And I'm a prophetess before all things. I'm like, well, wait a minute. I'm an evangelist and all this, but the church got all these people around here doing this and all that. Y'all need to realize the church did not do these things. The Catholic Church gave y'all the ideal that they do, but it's not the church's job. It is the people who are indoctrinated by the church's doctrine to bring about the kingdom experience. Did y'all know that Levi and the tabernacle was designed to teach Israel all things tabernacle? The Levites didn't go out, but the people who came to understand the word through the Levites, through the tabernacle, the people who received the word of instructions, they went and followed these instructions, while Levi's instructions was to give the people the instruction and live it themselves as well. But there's a difference there. And the Catholic Church made everybody think and feel as if, okay, they're doing this, that, and the other, and we're doing it. That was done for their own control. The thing the Nicolaitans do. So, Acts 5. Verse 6. The men arose.
Apostle, thank you for bringing that to light. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Verse 6. The men arose and they wound him up. They carried him out and they buried him. 3 hours later, his wife came. Verse 8. Kepha answered her, said unto her, listen, tell me, how much did you sell the land for? Such and so. Verse 9. Peter said, how is it that it is you've agreed together with your husband to tempt Adonai? Behold, look, open your eyes. The feet of them who just carried your husband to his grave are at the door. See them? And they're going to carry you out too. And she fell down straightway at his feet and yielded up the ghost. And the young men came in, found her dead, and carried her forth and buried her by her husband. Did I write this script? No. Can you read it any other way? Not really.
Eugene.
Verse 11. And great fear came upon all the church and upon as many as has heard these things. And by the hands of the apostles were many signs and wonders wrought among the people, and they were all with one accord in Solomon's porch. And the rest durst no man join himself to them, but the people magnified them. And of the rest durst no man join himself unto them, but the people glorified or magnified them. Okay? Now, this word dearth is the Greek word tolmaho, and it supposedly means, it does mean to venture. All right. The base root of this is the word 5056, telos, which means to set out to a definite point or goal. The pointed aimed at as something that's limited, a conclusion of an act. So in the conclusion of this, no man joined himself to them, but the people did magnify the apostles. The believers were the more added to Adonai, and multitudes of both men and women are what became of that result. So let me read verse 13, verse 11 through again. Great fear came upon the whole church and upon as many as heard these things. And by the hands of the apostles were many signs and wonders wrought among the people. And they were all with one accord in Solomon's porch, and the rest durst no man join himself to them, but the people magnified them, and believers were the more added to Adonai, multitudes of both men and women, insomuch that they brought forth the sick into the streets and laid them on beds and couches, that at the least the shadow of Kepha passing by might overshadow some of them. And there came also multitudes of cities, multitude out of the city round about unto Jerusalem, bringing sick folks with them who were vexed with unclean spirits, and they were healed, every one of them. Why were they healed, y'all? Was it because Kepha had a shadow?
He had the word in him.
Say it louder.
He had the word in him.
He had the word in him. You walk around here believing televangelists can come in and just wave their wand and hand and all that, and they ain't got 1 ounce of the word, but they believe that they powerful. This is why Kepha, this is why the shadow of Kepha, because the word was in him. The word brought healing. There came also a multitude, verse 16, out of the cities round about Jerusalem, bringing sick folk with them, people who were vexed with unclean spirits, and they were healed, every one of them. The word of Elohim is sharper, quicker, powerful than any two-edged sword, piercing asunder of soul and spirit. So unclean spirits separating from souls, yeah, that's what the word does. You are healed by the word of Elohim. That's what the word does. Verse 17, then the priest rose up, and all they that were with him, which is the sect of the Sadducees, and they were filled with indignation, and they laid their hands on the apostles and put them in the common prison. But of course, Yahweh Sabaoth opened the prison doors and brought them forth and said, go stand and speak in the temple all the words of this life. Wait a minute. Speak what? All the words of this life. Do y'all understand that this kingdom thing is a lifestyle, and you have to speak all the words of this kingdom life?
Yes, sir.
Which is why Shabbat is here, so you don't speak your own words, you only speak his words. Okay. Moderators, who's next in queue?
Brother Eugene.
Brother Eugene, go. Brother Eugene, if you're there, come on. All right, we got to keep moving. So these are the things that we want to understand. So when you make it your business to put things into perspective.
Harking back. Can you hear me?
No, we can't. All right, go ahead.
You can hear me?
Go ahead, Eugene. I can hear you now.
Okay. So, when you read about Kepha asking, how is it that you agree with your husband? I instantly thought about the question I wanted to ask. So her mistake is, and made me think is, has she not agreed, then it could have turned out differently for her. So that's my point to support one discussion.
Because, well, I can't say that either, because it doesn't matter if she agreed. She may not have agreed. But when she got there, she answered the question wrong, which means she did agree. But it doesn't tell us that she did agree, but her actions say she did agree. And when she was asked, because if he had not asked her, there's nothing that indicates that she would be dead. But she was asked, and she was asked by someone led by Ruach HaKodesh, and she lied to Ruach HaKodesh. Because we don't know what would have happened if he didn't ask. She might have enjoyed her Fendi bag. I'm just saying.
Okay, but he did emphasize agreed.
How is it that you agreed? Right. At what point she agreed? The point is that we know she agreed because she answered, yes, we sold it for such and so. Either way, she's not here. And she couldn't blame it on the devil. She told the very same lie. When asked. All right. Well, Zion, we've been at this for a couple hours. I am going to go and get some hydration. And have you guys been edified at all? I got a few minutes. Anybody been edified by the teachings today?
Yeah.
Anybody consider? And I don't ask it to hear you say yes or no. I ask it to hear you say what you now do know. Make sense? So if you will answer, take a 60-second or 30-second plug to say, here is something I've been made to consider. I'm seeing differently, yada, yada. All right. So if you've been edified and the studies have aided you in any way to help your viewpoint of articulating practical application of the writ, take 30, 60 seconds to discuss it. If we do more time because it's just that empowering, we'll keep going. But
Ben.
All right, just say your name like Ben just did, and we'll get you in queue. All right, moderators, you'll listen for my voice to say when we stop. All right, okay, brother Ben. So far, I've got Ben, Rogers, and Regina. If anybody else, just say your name while they're speaking, but make sure you're clear. Moderators will pick up your name and put it on queue. Brother Ben, what you got? Go ahead.
Shabbat Shalom, Apostle.
To you as well. Shabbat Shalom, sir.
Thank you. Biggest lesson learned on this Shabbat today, as we continue to look forward and proclaim Sukkot, just the importance of planning ahead and really knowing the importance that Yahweh wants us to honor his feast days. That's, and not shortcut. If we plan ahead, we won't be left to shortcut at the end. Because from my mistakes and past mistakes is that, we in like 2 years being in this ministry,
it's been that long. It seemed like yesterday. Go ahead. Sorry.
Amen. But at the end of the day, even though we learned the Sukkah and all the feast days, we were kind of not left to surprise, but we budget accordingly. So I'm just encouraged, and through the Shabbat and your guidance, to make sure that we are prepared this time.
Oh, Yahweh be praised. That is okay. That's a great testimonial. Yahweh be praised. Selena Laverne, I hear you. She says, it expanded on my understanding of the story of both Ruth, Naomi, and Ananias. All right. Yahweh be praised, Selena Laverne. Brother Ben, great point. Way to bring it over.
Eugene.
Ruth Oliver, VW, a powerful message from the scriptures. I will look for the YouTube recording to listen to again and share with others. Do you ever come to the 24-hour Bible? Yes, recognize the truths in the story of Ruth, the reason I was named for her. I like that, Ruth Oliver. I don't know how my screen just flipped to you like that, because I don't even go in this back channel like that. Great job. Okay. I hear you, Ruth Oliver. So glad you're here with us. All right, mods, who's next in queue?
Elder Rogers.
Elder Rogers.
Yes, sir. Shabbat shalom to everyone.
Shabbat shalom to you.
All I can say is this: the two people that you called out before me, basically, that's what stood out for me. I've heard it, I've read it, I've taught it, studied, so forth and so on. But the particulars of her gleaning, her work ethics, her integrity, that's what was highlighted here. I know that, you have to have a good work ethic and integrity and so forth and so on. However, this, for whatever reason, was just highlighted and it hit differently. So Boaz, no matter how beautiful she may have been, the style of her clothes and stuff wasn't very revealing. It was that work ethic. It was that integrity that stood out.
Character.
And yes, character. Yes. So, your talents may get you into a certain predicament, arena, or place, but it is that character that will make room and keep you there.
Maintain
that,
you. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Your talent may get you in, but it will be your character that maintains you and keeps you in. Yeah, it's good. That's good. That's good. And we're proclaiming Sukkah as we see the day approaching. All right. Who's next in queue?
Regina Howard.
Hey, Regina Howard.
Hi, Regina Howard Norman, but okay.
No, we are not today. Regina Howard Norman with the with the 7-Up cake, pound cake, bundt cake, and the display of the bakeries that have people online coveting and salivating over baked goods that she is so apparently well gifted to do. Is it coming in a Honda?
No, it's coming in the mail.
It's coming in the mail. USPS. All right. Shada. My God. Go ahead.
But Shabbat Shalom, Apostle, and everybody. What I really gathered today was it just re-emphasized the point of being in integrity and honoring the feast properly. And I've been working towards the planning, trying to make sure I have what you've required us to have, but
no, y'all gonna stop blaming me for anything. No, because people will take that wrong. They don't. No. I did not say nothing. I'm reading what his word says. It is his word. I'm like, listen.
What I'm saying, you're not let me finish. I promise you will appreciate it.
Because we called, I ain't let you finish the last time, and we said Norman Howard, Regina Howard. We forgot Norman, so we gonna make sure we finish them statements with you.
Can I complete what I'm saying, please? What I'm saying is that you have provided us a way that we can honor the feast, but you also point us to the word where I really understood reading it for myself. Like you said, all of what's required. And so I was convicted because initially I thought, hey, I'm doing this and I only have to do this, a lamb for this and a lamb for that and 2 lambs for this. But when I started reading the word and it's showing me, especially in Sukkot, what Yahweh requires, I'm really committed to making sure to honor all of the feasts properly in 2024 and as much as I can now. Mm-hmm. So I just want to say thank you. And it's important not to short the Lord, because he's the creator of everything. Yahweh is all of it. So by trying to shortchange him because we think we got to have have money in the bank, well, he's in charge of the account. So trusting in him is way more important than trusting in what the world says we're supposed to have and how we're supposed to have it. So I just really am thankful for this teaching today, because it re-emphasized, it convicted me to stay focused, honoring the feast properly, and planning like Brother Ben said, so that I don't fall short. So thank you.
Yahweh be praised. And it's true, because the whole purpose of what the Levite or the propagator of the Torah, the Moreh teacher, is supposed to do is to make sure you understand what it is that Yahweh wants. It's not what the teacher wants. The teacher wants you to have a relationship with Elohim. And in that, our job is to show you what the governance, what the instructions are. You do with them what you want. But if you're not going to follow them, don't expect the other parts of the Bible that intrigue you and have the potential to bless you, and not realize that all the blessings that you read about in your Bible require compliance with the instructions that trigger the blessings. I'm just going to put that out there. Great job, Regina. Excuse me, Regina Howard Norman, the bundt cake, 7-Up cake. Did she send it in the UPS lady? Love you to life, lady.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Brother Eugene.
Brother Eugene, go.
Yeah. About what I enjoyed was the story about the three pastors, because it took me back to the mind frame of an accountability partner. And my experience has been that no one can hold me more accountable more than Yahweh's word.
It's true. It's a discerner. The word is your judge. People don't realize
Correct.
that. And I'm not going to hold you up on this, but I want to say this in under the unction of Ruach HaKodesh. Listen, people, the word of Elohim, when y'all say only God can judge me, what you're saying is very, very true. So no other human should judge you, right? Though there is a thing called righteous judgment, and sometimes it can produce righteous indignation by those who are viewing the hypocrisy or the demonstration of righteousness. Here is the catch. It's the word of God. It's the word of Elohim that judges you and me. And most people in Christendom making the claim, no man can judge me, only God can judge me, have never given themselves over to the word. Though they skip through the tulips of the Bible, they never give over to the word, which is ultimately your judge. It is the word that judges you. That righteousness that judges you. It is, you want to call it the law if you want to, it is the law, how you handle the law, that judges you. Did you do it this way? No, judged. Did you do it this way? Yes, judged. Don't ever let that slip through the cracks of your lifestyle in the kingdom. It's about his word. How did you handle his word? Brother Eugene, go ahead.
Yep, that was great, man. So my experience that I had to learn by being more careful about sharing my story or what is going on with me, no matter who they are, regular old Joes and Susie, and if they do have the ministerial title behind their name. Everybody is still not to be trusted, and it has been an experience for me. And that's when I learned his word holds me accountable. It does judges me, and it brings me to the truth of what's going on and where I am at in that particular moment. So I cling on to his word, holding me accountable.
Yeah.
So my point is, be careful of what the story that you are sharing with others.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Watch your fishing excursions. You know, watch your fishing excursions. But one of the things that was said was, people are not to be trusted. I don't listen. I can't say this enough. I think I need to show this to y'all so y'all can get this before y'all think I'm just completely out of order with this statement. Let me say this right. First Corinthians chapter 2, verse 2. I want us to grab that real quick, please. We're talking about trusting someone and not trusting people. Your trust in people should never go beyond your trust in the word. So I don't trust people to do what I expect them to do, because people will only do what I inspect of what we agreed as an expectation to be done. So if I tell someone, okay, I'm going to do this with you, they're like, yeah, but I'm going to do this with you and we're going to do this together. Okay, this is what we're doing. Cool, let's go forward. If I don't inspect that or they don't inspect that, then that expectation can get dropped depending on the character and the integrity of the individuals in that agreement. So I don't trust anyone. I trust their word, and to do that, I inspect their word. We said this. Are we still doing it? Yeah, well, nah, we're not doing it. When were you going to tell me? Because I'm expecting what we agreed to. Now I'm inspecting what we agreed to because I was expecting what we agreed to a week ago. Where are we at? So I don't trust the person. I trust the word. Woo! I don't trust the person. I trust the word. Watch. This is what Paul said, and this is where this comes from. Y'all ready to learn something?
Yes, sir.
Paul says in verse number 1 of 1 Corinthians chapter 2, listen, brethren, look, I came to you not with excellency of speech or of some great wisdoms. I came to you declaring unto you the testimonies of Elohim. Somebody say the word.
The word. The word.
Verse 2, look at what Paul says, and don't ever, ever, ever let this go when you're dealing with anybody else, your mom, your dad, your pastor, your cousin, your apostle, your bishop, your preacher, your boss, your servants, your employee, your employers, your colleagues, anybody. He says, for I determined not to know anything about you save Yeshua HaMashiach and him and his crucifixion. If the people in the modern day church today would take Paul's advice and stop trying to know about them and know about their business and talk about them and try to coddle people and get next to people, I don't want to know nothing about you if you're not going to bring it to me, except that you have a relationship with the same word I'm having a relationship with, and we can help each other remember and remind ourselves of that word. I am determined to know nothing of you save Yeshua and him crucified.
That's boss.
If all we got to talk about is the word, all we're going to do is win. If I got to worry about in excess of the word, all of your issues that have falling short and all that, I can always be empathetic with you. But I really don't want to know your personal issues. I want to know how you're filtering the word, your personal issues, through his word. Because your personal issues keep you in your feelings. Your personal issues keep you wanting to be heard by somebody because you don't think nobody's hearing you. And you so special, you tired of being suppressed. You trying to be shut down. You're tired of being put on somebody's neck, on your knee on your neck, or foot on your back or whatever. And you are having to, well, I feel like speaking. I want to say something. I don't care. What are you filtering of your situation through the word so the word can direct you in your situation? You don't need me there to do that. You need the word. When I come, I'm bringing the word. You want to talk? How does it filter through this? If I come to you, you should hold me to the same accountability. Okay, Apostle, what's the word say about it? I'm not going to come to you any different than I want you to come to me. I'm determined to know nothing about your personal life, nosy people, other than Yeshua HaMashiach and him crucified. Be nosy about knowing how much your brother, your sister, your colleague, your partner, your boss, your employee, your contract, your Goomba knows about the word. I'm determined to know nothing about you except Yeshua HaMashiach. Because if you know Yeshua HaMashiach and why he was crucified, all the storyline that goes with it, you will get over so much more of your problems and your issues. You'll have so many less headaches. And that's why people don't like talking to me after a certain period of time. Like, oh, I want to get on the books of the apostle. This ain't no vent session. This is a victory session. Okay, I heard you. Now, what's the word say about it? If you don't know how to figure that out, no problem. Come on, I'll teach you that. Come on, let's go find the word. Okay, so what's the word you had? Disappointed? All right, let's look the word disappointed up right here. Let's read these passages on disappointment. You feel any way when I felt certain kind of way when that verse was said. Well, go back and read that verse, read the whole story behind that verse, and then let's talk about it some more. Oh man, so disappointment is a process that can help me grow. Exactly. So before you think being disappointed is the world's view of it, always see what the word is saying, because all things are working together for your good when you let the word judge you, judge your feeling, judge your next movement, judge your next action. Is it from the word's perspective? You will do away with so much drama in your life. Child, I'm at so much peace. Shabba-labba ding dong. Glory to God. I am determined to know nothing about you folks except for Yeshua HaMashiach. That's all we need to talk about. You talk about Yeshua HaMashiach and the word of Elohim in your life, from his life, you ain't got to have nobody's drama sitting on your neck and people guilting you into this and guilting you into that and trying to tell you need to do this. It is not your job to tell me what I need to do. It's your job to remind me of the word. I got to choose whether I'm going to obey it or not. I'm sorry. I think I went too deep into that one.
No, that was good. You went good with the deepness.
That was great.
If y'all believe that, we'll just say, I'm determined. That's all you got to put. We'll know what that means.
I'm determined.
I'm determined. Shabba-labba ding dong.
I know that's right.
I looked for that in the concordance, couldn't find it.
No, it ain't in there. It ain't in there. That's the BWJ translation. That ain't out yet.
You gotta break it down, Shabba.
I gotta break the Shabba down. Okay, listen. And then the Laba. Yeah,
it's the Greekness
about
it. Right, I think the ding dong is in the Greek. That's why.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the ding dong is in the Hostess dictionary because it's chocolate with a white filling.
No, I heard about them.
Yeah, they're good. They were good.
I gotta get
Yes.
one on Amazon.
Yes, they're good. You should get. They'll bless your life. If you like chocolate, it's real good. Listen. So, when you know that you are determined to know nothing about anybody's life but Messiah and him crucified, you will alleviate you being church hurt, and you will alleviate church hurting somebody else. If the church would learn that. It's not that you turn a deaf ear to anybody. That's not it. But when they come whining, crying, complaining, drama, nobody listen to me. Have you listened to the word? Because by the time you come to me with, you want, hopefully, if you come to me, a voice that will reason you to see the situation through the lens of the word and help you understand why others see you a certain way or see your situation different than you see it. Let's see what the word says, because that's the governor. What's the word say about this? Well, they lied on me. They told me this and they did that. Well, the word actually says when they lie on you, this is something you should expect next. The word does says when they lie on you and falsely accuse you. Look at Matthew right here. This is a beatitude. So when this is happening, there's something working for your good. Just pray for them. I don't want to pray for them. Okay, well, anger and wrath makes a person look foolish. That's what the word says. So if Elohim is letting you know that they're lying on you, yeah, but they lied on me. You don't understand how they lied on me. I don't care. There is no big lie, little lie, good lie, green lie, white lie, black lie. A lie is a lie. If they lied on you, pray for them. The bigger the lie, the bigger the reward for you in the end. Well, I feel like I should cuss them out. You can do whatever you like. But what the words say? So you think I should do? I don't think you should do anything, but I can say what we just found out. This is what happens, he says, when someone lies on you, a kingdom believer. And here is what happens when you decide to resort to anger and wrath. He says you look like a fool. It's right here. See that? So therefore, he says when someone lies on you, you should pray for them because you are the kingdom of heaven. That's what it says. I don't want to hear no more about it. Well, they lied because Sally came over and then Sally told Thomas and Thomas went and told Clarice and they came back and talking about this and then they went and spread all that over here. I'm like, well, again, the word says that they lie on you, pray for them. Now you know Thomas and Clarice lied on you. So apparently you got blessings coming from different areas because of these attacks coming from those areas. Yahweh will turn what the enemy meant for evil into good for you, but you must pray for them first. I don't feel like I want to pray. I just want to fuss. Well, dear heart, I ain't got time to sit in here and listen to you hot and get heavy and fuss and cuss and carry on. It's cool if you cuss. I'm good with that. But just know that this is what you're supposed to do. And the longer you take to do it, the more you damage and hinder the blessing designed to come to you. Remember, all things work together for good. So if he said all things, that means this thing. If you honor his word when this thing comes. I don't even know why I called you. Hey, have a good day. I gotta go. He mean. Yeah. He means to tell you the truth. Sorry. Y'all didn't want to hear that.
Oh, no, I'm cool with hearing that.
That was good.
And somebody might say, shabalaba, ding dong that.
Yeah, it is, but at the end of the day, it's like you really got to get past doing the things we've been cultured or nurtured to do in our culture, and they never, ever gravitate to the purposes for why Yahweh gave us his word. Honor the writ. What does the word say? Somebody lied on you, falsely accused you. Yahweh will turn that into a good. You may be being used to bring a person who can't see that they need salvation until they hurt someone like you they said they liked. And it will be in that moment they realize that they hurt you, came to their senses, and like, I want to change being this way. I don't want to do that again. You don't know what process you're in to help somebody else since you said, if you can use anything, y'all, you can use me. Touch my hand, touch my hands, touch my hands. Well, he touched your hands. That's why you in your feelings. And my feet. Touch my heart. That's why you in your feelings. Speak through me. Use his word to respond back. That's how he speaks to you. If you can use anything, y'all, you can use me. Fact is, he can't. You buckled and broke right there when someone lied on you, and the lie was something that was concocted. You know you not what they said you were. Now that just tells you who Yahweh wants you to minister to. Don't mean you got to go back at them and argue with them. It means that now I know who I'm praying for. Clarice, she lied on me. Why? Father, what do you need me to do in front of her that will help her realize she used me and it was unnecessary?
Right.
But you all in your feelings, because Clarice told Thomas, and Thomas told Sally Mae, and Susie. Well, she had no business telling Susie Q. Okay, so apparently you must be doing something right in your life that all these people talking about you without cause. At least justifiable cause, socially speaking. What's the word say about that? Before you flip out, feel like you got to light up a blunt, take down a whole gallon of Chablis to get through your emotions. What's the word say? Drink the wine that will put you on an all-natural high. I'm determined to know nothing about you save Yeshua HaMashiach and him crucified. And if you don't want to talk about that, we ain't got nothing to talk about. But if we talk about that, everything in your life is going to be talked about. Okay, again, I guess that wasn't good enough. Okay.
That was really good.
It's the word. The word judges my heart. The word judges my next statement. The word judges my next direction. Thy word is a lamp unto my feet, a light unto my pathway. Get into the Torah and read. You'll be surprised what uplifts, what rises up to you. I'm going to sit over here and just pout. Why are you cumbering the ground? Because if you're not moving, you are becoming a hindering block. And you're refusing to live? The word tells you exactly what to do in every situation you're in. The question is, are you going to read the word, or are you going to keep listening to what everybody else thinks you should do rather than he who made you, who actually told you, if they lie on you, pray for them. Your enemy? Oh, just stay close to them. Love them. I didn't say bless them. I said love them. The fact that you didn't kill them and they are professed your enemy, you're loving them. Don't seek revenge. It's not yours to get. The battle is not yours. It's mine. Stop fighting for yourself. All right. Now, moderators, who's next? We got quiet again.
It was actually Unstoppable, but she back channeled me and said she's having issues with the app. She can't hear.
All right. Unstoppable, you still out there?
Here, but she can't hear for some reason.
Okay. All right. Well, Zion, it's 5:20. I've stayed on longer. I got to get moving. I feel my ankles. I need to start moving my ankles and get going. I'm going to probably go get me some protein and relax. Thank you all for your well wishes and your great concern for my life. Paris said she put something in the chat. Moderators, what's in the chat? What chat, Paris? Paris, if you have it, just refresh it.
I have it.
Where we at? We in Clubhouse or we on?
She's on Facebook.
All right.
And it states, she learned that, she says, I need to stay in this room and learn the truth. because I did not learn any of this from Seventh-day Adventist, Pentecostal, non-denomination, or the Baptist Church.
She said she was kidnapped.
I was just told to honor Shabbat, and I tried. I prayed for Elohim to allow me to unlearn church stuff and learn the truth. And I was led to this space with you. Thank you, Apostle.
Respect, Karen. Respect, Lady Paris. It is my honor to share with you what we know, and you know what to do with it when you hear it, because the word is already in your heart and your mind. And you're right. All the things we did in all these organizations, I don't talk negatively about any of the organizations that have been mentioned there. But they're designed to keep them alive and say that you get a residual of life as long as they're alive. And there is a real confession that everybody needs to understand. You going to the church isn't so that you can get life, because the church has life. You are the church, and the life is already in you. It's in your heart and it's in your mind. When you are led to the practicality of that life that's already in you, then you gather at a place when others like you want to discuss what they're learning. Now your church is great. But it's the people seeking out a place where other people like them, honoring the same way, come together, and they make their individual lights together brighter. That's why we should be gathering at a church. That's why we should be gathering at certain places. That needs to be how organizations develop. And if they're not developing that way, then there's a lot of elements that we lose, because now we find ourselves serving the brick and mortar rather than what the brick and mortar is supposed to be put together to promote. And the promoting has to come first from the promotion of your life. Promotion of your life. You should be proactively motioning to the instructions that give life. Promotion. Great point, Garrett Paris. Okay. Was that all we had?
Yes.
Cool
sir.
beans. Wait, did I see Unstoppable jump back up? Is Unstoppable on here? No.
She was.
No,
Up again.
I saw her too. All right. Prophet Mike, you good? Anything you want to share before we get off of here, sir? Apostle Walker, also, anything you want to share, Apostle Walker, before you get off of here? Pastor Spencer, where is she? I haven't heard from Pastor Spencer. How many of y'all mad that y'all ain't heard from Pastor Spencer and God knows how many Sabbaths? I'm calling her out.
Me, we ain't supposed to be in our feelings.
I'm in my feelings. Shabba ding dong. I'm in my feelings. I feel some kind of way, a whole bunch of kind of ways.
I agree.
Shabbat shalom, everyone.
Oh, now you want to talk.
Yay! Glad to see you back.
What'd you say, Pastor Spencer?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, love.
Okay. This has been so delightful. I'm just digesting everything that was said. But, you know, the story about Ananias and Sapphira. I love how you did a slow cook on that. And like you and most everyone else, it hit home to me because I've been both at one point in my life. But the thing that I took away from what you were sharing is that when deception feels like a win, we are on a slippery slope. And we need to check our heart before Yahweh checks our heart. And to them, deceiving whom they thought was the apostles and thought that it was a win for them by gaining some part of the property that they sold, that's dangerous territory. And that's what I took from the story about Ananias and Sapphira. So I'm going to yield right there.
Well, you yielded. I'm sending a quote across the Twitter sphere and atmosphere. Listen, when deception feels like a win.
Yeah, that's a good
That part.
When deception feels like a win. You see, y'all know why I'm upset with her. You know, she gonna wait, pick and choose when she gonna come drop nuggets and bombs and stuff and act like it's okay. And we just supposed to accept that. I value myself. I value myself more to hear from you more.
So come on with it. Sharpen us.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. Apostle.
Hey, Pastor.
Who is that?
Eugene.
Yes, sir.
Let me add to that, please. And that's a good example with the conversation you and I had earlier this week about waiting to be called on. She stepped right up.
And had something of value and virtue to say. Yeah, that's good. That's good, Brother Eugene. Pretty good. You still ain't getting the keys to the bus, though. Don't even try it. Apostle Walker.
Oh, goodness. Yes, I have enjoyed this Shabbat immensely. Everybody's hit everything that affected me today, but I learned from the one thing, and I don't know if anybody else noticed it, was that the part where we read over that the Levite, which one was it?
I know you. Barnabas.
Yeah, where he was converted. You know, it's like I've read that scripture, but I didn't read it with that connection. So that's was what I learned today. I just never read he was a Levite and he was convinced or converted to observe the word as it's intended to be followed, not what he was taught, probably the halakha to follow, but I had never read it that way. So that's what I took out of that.
You know, it's a funny thing because people don't realize that, you know, these people, they act like you hear most people in modern day Christendom talk about John Mark. They talk about Barnabas.
Mm-hmm.
And in that passage, it says that the apostles surnamed him.
Mm-hmm.
That's not his name.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They did that to cover him.
Yeah.
Because in Levitical order, there are certain names that give them away. Y'all don't know? Okay. Cohen.
Cohen, yes. Yep. Cohen, yep.
Rubenstein.
Mm-hmm. All the Steins.
Your name gives you away. So they surnamed him Barnabas so that it would not be given away when they're going through Jerusalem and other places where Judaism is in fact intact. And people don't realize that. Levi, that's just it. They surnamed him. It doesn't say his surname was. They surnamed him to protect him.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yes.
Wanda.
Thank you, Apostle.
Go ahead and call.
That's who you are. That's who I was waiting for. I was trying to say your name.
Come on.
You just mess with me. I just know. That's why you love me.
We just call you big. We just call you Big Country.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say what I had to say. I ain't messing with you no more.
Go ahead.
For now. All right. Another thing that really, really brought home to me brought to mind was this. The message you talked one time about the lies we tell. And I'm just going to leave it like that. And I yield.
Yeah, lies we tell. And we don't even know half the time we telling these lies because they were told to us as truth when deception is considered a win. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Miss Gatlin says she's learned today. All right, that's awesome. Selena Laverne says also, Apostle Walker, she says, oh yeah, I forgot to add that part to my learning because I definitely didn't see that before either.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Brother Ben said, I'm stuck with what Pastor Spencer dropped. I'm not talking about Pastor Spencer no more. Well, lies. I just told a lie. I'm going to talk about her as much as I can. All right, so there you go.
Yeah. She's a gem dropper.
Gem dropper. Yes. Big Country just went.
Big Country just went.
I'm not gonna let that slide because I can I didn't have a name and I was not surnamed. Thank you. Nah.
And we surnamed her Big Country to protect her.
No.
To protect you from the other countries.
Wait a minute. I'm just gonna get you through.
We got to get you through. All right, Pastor. Minister Wanda, you had something you want to share?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I had a couple of mind blows, but as we were studying Paul, I could not understand why they was always what the funk was between Paul and Barnabas, and for you to say that it was because he was a Levite, I was like, wow. That was mind blowing.
Yeah, I was trying to wait for somebody else to talk about it, but nobody did. But but you were all tipping around it. Okay, I didn't see that, but why was that an issue with why he could not finish out in some cases the work that they started? You had John Mark, you had Barnabas, and there was always an argument. Because even though Barnabas, a Levite, remember, he's a Levite. Paul is also trained like a Levite. The Levites got different training than the rest of the tribes. They got trained to teach the people the Torah. The Levites got trained by the Torah. So when I hear people preaching and Barnabas went and did and that, and I'm like, you have no idea who Barnabas is, do you? But it sounds good in the sermon. You don't even know Barnabas ain't his name, do you? That's how obvious sometimes I'm in certain sermons, which is why I can't go back to church too much these days, because I get there and I'm like, yeah, no, that's wrong. I hate doing it. I don't mean to do it. I promise you. I want to make sure everybody great. I want everybody to win.
Apostle, help me. Is that a form? I'm serious.
It is
a form of judgment.
It's
just being judgmental.
It's not, because Yeshua did it.
Okay.
And what it is the word in you judging the word coming out of them. It's like, that ain't the word. And I have compassion. I'm like, Father, please. I will tell you right now, there are times I'm in certain sermons and I'm like, Father, please stop them from speaking. Because sometimes they don't know that they are speaking themselves into a woe will be me mode.
Mm-hmm.
And if y'all know, when we talked about the woes of God, when
That's
you
scary.
when think about that before y'all think I'm being deep and saying I'm judging people, how dare you can't go sit and listen. I'm not telling y'all not to do that. I love the word, so don't hate me, because I love studying the word and I bring y'all into some of my studies about the word. But when you know the word and you know the intention and the culture of the word and where it's going, where it came from and why it's producing and what it's promoting out to, where it's proceeding from his mouth at, when you hear other people just picking up sound bites they heard and then trying to develop something around it and dress it and then present it like it's another product from the kingdom, you're like, bruh, no, don't do that. Sis, no, don't do that. What are you doing? Why? No. And then they won't listen to you because they think you're antagonizing. Like, Father, please shut their mouth.
Right.
Yep.
I don't even say to them like, Father, please shut their mouth, or at least make them think. I remember, Minister Walker, you might remember this. I remember one time, I think you might remember this. We had a event called, was it Her Cry Is My Cry?
It was like women's ministry thing.
Huh?
It was like from the women's ministry.
Yeah. It was a Her Cry Is My Cry. And I remember we were having a service and we were down at the altar. It was a very dynamic time in worship, and not in worship, but in prayer we were having. And Elder Walker, Apostle Walker, at that time, Elder Walker was sitting, and she was like, at the end of programming, we had some other dynamic people in our ministry with us. And there were people in that day. Elohim had people really just crying out of their soul because of the word they heard, that they're like, oh my God, I'm that way too. Father, I repent. People were crying out of their souls. There was this one individual, I think the elder, Apostle Walker was nearby and just ministry. So after the programming was over, service was over, she came, we would usually go out to dinner or something like that. And Apostle Walker came to me at the time. She says, Apostle, I know her cry.
Oh, I remember.
Now you remember? She says, her cry is my cry. And anybody ever been around somebody and they started crying, or they started laughing, or they got an epiphany? You're like, I know that epiphany. I know where that person is. Like game, no game, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about? And you're like, oh, I know that cry. I met one of the greatest people on the planet in my life today, because I was walking out of my barber and they were in the chair and they had a look on their face that spoke to me about a look I got because of something I was going through at one time. And I stopped and talked to that person. I say, I know that look. And I said what I said to them, and they're like, you exactly right. We never knew each other, never spoke prior to that. I just stopped at the barber and says, I know that look. You good? Yada, yada, yada. They were like, oh my God, how did you know? I know that look. And that's a look as a parent that, you know what I mean? So Elder Papa Walker was like, I know her cry. That cry, I know. Her cry is my cry. Does anybody know what we're talking about? Y'all think I'm just talking on top of my head?
Yes, sir.
And so we were there, and we were talking, and they were like, she was like, it would be great to have something. And somebody picked it up in the wind, and they were one of our, at that time, admins, but their motive was hidden behind their service. And so they were like, oh yeah, and that would be a great conference. And then next thing I know, a conference was presented under that title Apostle Walker had mentioned. Now, she didn't endorse it, but she was like, okay, if we're going to go this way, let's do a women's ministry behind it. And I was like, okay, great. Just get it to me. Let me know what you're thinking about doing. We'll go over it. I'll prove some stuff and make sure we're on order, because, you know, that's what we do. And I was like, well, you don't want to go that route with that, because that doesn't support my writ. The writ doesn't support that. Well, that's what it is. That's the ministry. I'm like, we don't just do women's ministry around here. Matter of fact, I'm only doing this for whatever reasons, but the men need to hear this too. And because I don't believe that there should be a women's ministry and a man's ministry. Those things didn't exist in the tabernacle.
I agree.
If you want to teach me something about women, I need to sit as a fly on the wall or in the same conference where women are discussing women issues.
Agreed.
Women, you want to know about men? Sit in the room, be allowed to come in, and maybe not say anything, and listen to men feel free to talk.
Absolutely.
It'll gather momentum, and you'll be like, oh, other men deal with that too. Oh, that's not just my husband. Oh, I need to repent to my husband because I didn't know that was a real issue. I didn't know that when we do that, that's what makes him trigger. And women, I didn't know that when I do that, that makes her trigger. And that's when it, and so all that and now you leave out of there woman power, and he come out of his meeting man power. Like, y'all still fighting with each other. How about y'all sit in your same conferences, just make the subjects about the gender, and then each gender listen to how the genders of subject are discussing it.
That's real good.
Yep.
So my cry is her cry took a whole new thing. They threw a title on it, put it together. And I tried to explain to this person, but they were out in the backfields trying to get all this support and everything. Well, I got a place to do it. Okay, great, wonderful. We'll pay for it. And then, well, this other apostle is going to pick it up and carry it. I'm like, okay, well, who's covering you, me or them? Whose service did this ideal come from? Matter of fact, it was someone else's idea. It was someone else's revelation, and you're making an ideal of it. So at this point, it's like, it sounds like a marketing thing for you or a preaching engagement for you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell y'all. So the program continues to go, and I continue to let it slide. And then we get to a point where I say, we got to end this here. They're like, no, we're going to still do it. I'm like, no, I'm not sanctioning it. It's none of this is as it should be. And the reveal, the person who got the revelation, that ain't what they were talking about. So this person went ahead and pushed forward and did the program. And Ruach said, don't say nothing. Because I'm about to tear heads off. I did not what you spoke. And you're supposed to be a part of this ministry. And so the apostle and I begin to talk, and I explained to him very clearly and in no uncertain terms, this is not how this was literally envisioned to be, nor is this everything that we talked about being, yeah, but we can make it work. I said, all right, well, if you're going to do it, we're going to let this be then for you. They can go and speak at your event. And by that time, our people who were already associated with this, with everything that was going on, some had said, well, we'll come and support. This is why I don't like you going to support somebody preaching. Don't ever go to support anybody preaching. What? Right. Because now you're going to cause them to have an ego. Don't ever come to support me preaching. Come because what I'm about to pour out will support you.
Amen.
I'm in the back. Can you say that again?
Don't ever go to support a preacher. Yahweh got them. You're supposed to be going to hear the speaker for something to support your life with the Father. Okay. So we get there, and I tell the apostle, I said, listen, this is now officially your program. This is your thing. How much do we need to give you for the room and the space? And that person is a part of your list of speakers and the keynote speaker at that. So they put themselves and position themselves as the main speaker, and they got to be heard, and they did all this stuff, and it was all what it was. And I just in the back, Yahweh said, Ruach said, don't say anything. You already told them. You gave them instructions. They blew past the gates. They jumped over the hurdles, and they got themselves on that platform. Apostle Walker will tell you if I'm lying right now.
No, you good.
When that program hit that day, they gathered all these people, hundreds of women, for this. Your cry is my cry, and we got to be sisterhood. And when you cry, I felt your cry. Oh, I know that cry. I know that cry. Yeah, she done been abused. She done been lied to. She been a side chick. I know that side chick cry. Oh, I know that been punched in the eye cry. I know that, baby, I love you. That's why I keep beating you cry. Oh, I know all these cry. All this hype. I'm like, okay, Father, this is not good. He said, don't say a word. I'll speak for you. I had no idea he would shut down their complete voice.
Wait, what you mean?
Just hold on. So the event happens. I actually decide to show up. I sat in the rostrum. Or was I out on the side? I was somewhere. And the person came to keynote. And they got on the microphone. They did their accolades and all the protocols of the pulpit, acknowledging me as if they really with us. And that's why I keep telling y'all who you with. Y'all think I can't tell when you faking it and you just here for whatever you here for. I'm going to say that one last time. And so when they got up, they went through that formality, and then it got quiet and they started rocking. And they tried to speak. And everybody thought the power of God fell on him. And it did. He did. And so everybody started, oh, yeah, oh my God. Hallelujah. Glory, glory, glory. And she's trying to gather up what to say and how to say it, notes, and every sermon piece is sitting right in front of them on the rostrum. And Yahweh would not let them speak a word. And they knew it. And they tried. And in that moment, on the grand stage of this endeavor, with the rostrum full of leadership, fell to their knees and just rocked for the next 20 minutes, couldn't say a word. Apostle Walker, am I telling the truth?
Yes, sir.
And it took them forever to realize what happened before they repented. Don't try to get the spotlight, people. It's too hot for many. And especially if you're not properly prepared or your intentions are self-promoting, it'll burn you up.
Yes, it will.
Amen.
I ain't say no names, did I?
No, you didn't.
Okay, good. Yahweh be praised. Was that boring? Did I waste your time with that testimony? Was it out of context?
No, that was good.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was good.
So when you out here trying to piece together sermons that don't connect with the writ, and if I cover you or anybody like me covers you, our job is to make sure that you're able to speak accurately and articulately the writ, the will, the purpose, the plan of Elohim, and not get yourself in a position where you can speak and put a woe unto me on your life. So sometimes I have to pray, Yahweh, just shut down that voice. Don't even let them get that out.
Apostle, thank you so very much. Thank you, because I said I was serious, because I found myself, oh no, am I being judgmental or whatever? And then when I hear things going contrary, I just start praying for the people, praying somehow, blind their eyes and shut their ears, don't hear that foolishness. Don't let it take root in the hearts and minds of the people. because sometimes it can be so disheartening and aggravating.
Let me help you. Let me help you. Let me help you learn how to pray that, everybody. And I'm not talking about because you don't like somebody. I'm talking about because you can vet that that is not the word. Here's what you do. You have this power. Pray, Ruach HaKodesh brings forth the word in this place for Elohim's people. Listen, pray, Ruach HaKodesh brings forth the word in this place for this people. You can't control that person, but you can ask Ruach HaKodesh not to let these people leave this place with that garbage.
Amen.
Did that didn't help nobody? Just Elder Rogers? Okay, that's enough.
I wish I would help.
Repeat that again, please. I was writing it down. Please.
Thank you.
All right. So that's where we are. Okay. It's been fun, y'all. My ankles.
I asked you to repeat it.
Say again, sir.
Someone asked you to repeat that prayer.
Oh, the prayer is that you can pray Ruach HaKodesh. You can pray to Ruach HaKodesh. Let the word be what go forth here. He will literally change a person's entire notes. They won't even know how they can't finish the sermon they started, and he will make them go back to, and I've seen it happen time and time again. He'll make them go back to a sure word. Because many preachers in the environment some of y'all will go to, if y'all still supporting preachers, they're only there because they're trying to make their name great, and they think they can make a title out of anything that is in the news and then put some Bible to it, make it a sermon and appear like they're deep, and it be so off base of Elohim's will, purpose, and plan that you have the right to pray, Yahweh, these people are gathered for a word from you. And those that are here for a word from you, Ruach HaKodesh, let only your word go forth for your people. I've seen him literally make people turn their notes down and then teach from the Bible for that period of time. And I'm sitting in the back, hallelujah. I don't know why I can't get to my notes right now. I know why. Because if you sit and you are in any kind of leadership position, you better jump on board with Ruach HaKodesh, that these people in your presence and his are led rightly. And if you stay silent and not talk to the Father about it, you ain't got to get up and shut them down like I've had to do on my platforms, but you can literally preach and say, hey, listen, Father, in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Ruach HaKodesh, please let nothing but your word come forth at this moment. This is going left. Let your word, and I will sit and pray, Father, Ruach HaKodesh, you are in control. Your word alone be spoken on this pulpit from that rostrum that I own, I possess, for your glory, for these people. I pray you now, bring them back to your word. Let nothing but your word come forward. And usually they leave off the rostrum, man, Apostle, I couldn't even finish my own notes. I'm like, well, Yahweh be praised. Man, they like that. I said, that was a very good word from the Bible. Yes, much. That was very well. And I'm just so happy. I ain't got to tell them, yeah, I was praying Yahweh kept you with them little, you ever been to the bowling alley and they got them bumpers on the ball?
Oh, wow. Wow.
All right. I'm going to stop talking. We got to get out of here. I'm done, right, moderators? Nobody else, right? We good, right? I got to go.
Yes, we're done. We're good.
All right. Y'all okay with them boulder bumpers?
Apostle, I must confess.
Big country, we got to go.
That the man was just talking junk, and I was saying, hey, Lordy, have mercy. Help him. I tried not to laugh, but then I was trying to pray for him out loud. Now, this was back in the day. Mm-hmm. I said, have mercy. Have mercy. Yeah. Lord, have mercy. Mm-hmm. And it was just so funny. And it just came back to mind as to the aggravation, even then, before I knew the word in depth as I do now, how it disturbed me so much.
And the point,
thank you for helping me to.
The point to that is, it would seem outrageous and outlandish, and we don't even have to do that out loud. We just need to do that with Ruach HaKodesh. And if we're in that same space, in that same place with him, he will commandeer that space. He just needs a request to do it. Most people don't even know what they're about to get. But those of us who are keen enough to understand the importance of having a captivated audience, not trying to sell a person's agenda, itinerary, or their brand. You're on that pulpit to teach his word. And when I see it going that route, Yahweh, bring them to your word. Yahweh, bring them back to your word. That is the word judging, not you. And because the word is in you, you're the carrier. Therefore, you might even think you're judging. Father, I'm not here to hear their brand. I can do that online. I need the word. These people need the word. No one needs to see this pulpit calisthenic as the appropriate thing to do should anyone in the audience get an opportunity to stand on top of a pulpit. Help them to see what's supposed to be done. Let your word go forth. If you got to stop them and help them forget every note they ever wrote and then guide them through the book of Psalms, I'm good. Just let your word alone come out of their mouth. And it stops all false prophesying. It stops all false offering taking. It stops a whole bunch of foolishness. I promise you, I've seen it too many times in my life. Father, thank you for the word, will, and purpose and plan. We ask you to be with, in, through, and toward us for your name's sake. This is the day, Yahweh, you have made. It is our will to rejoice and be glad because of you in it. Now, to this moment in time, be glorified in all things spoken and done. Bless your people, I pray you now, as only you can do. Give us a marinating moment in all of the word that you have produced on this platform on this day. Bless every single solitary pastor, leader, prophet, evangelist, pastor, teacher, and apostle. I love you. Bless everyone in their proper places. Bless everyone who is here for the space of learning about you. All of the people who have gathered and for the first time and sat patiently, listened and considering, and all those who've been living this lifestyle for a long period of time. Father, we pray you now. Edify the lives of each person in this space. In the mighty name of Yeshua HaMashiach, we all pray and we all say, Amen.
If you need truth, this is the place for you. Don't need to complicate it. It's best to keep it basic. Open the book, the word is self-approved. He's Alpha and Omega, the answer since the early ages. What you should do is learn about the greatest. Just so you know, our door is always open. Let's study together instead of debating. Share our differences. Let love heal all that's broken.